costume fits. Bold colors, let's express it. We'll paint it red. Cut deep on new aesthetic, don't forget it. I am not a scripted actor, not your puppet, not my master. I can drive my new creations on the wings of ever afters. Inherent in the lack of breath, your fallacies have led to this. Don't let it get to my head. Pause and think instead. So I gotta take a minute in the thick of it and reflect upon the story and the final twist. While the knife creates a door, a sort of reclamation, I fear there is no joy in simple transformation, but a whisper in my ear from future selves becoming more myself than I have been when I was just a nothing. When an orphan reeks of talent yet is rot in sadness, a solitaire, a masterpiece, a crimson shade of madness. So I stuck to my ideals and watched you all unravel, and the years taught me to question every lie you'd peddle. And I knew that if I wanted change, I had to meddle. Burnt it all right to the ground, and it helped me settle. I am free, what I choose to be. When I cut away the shadows holding back my dreams. And if I ever fail, I'll be an idol still. I will rise renewed. Artist vision, plant the seeds, and what will grow while crimson afloat. This is my duty to create enigmatic fate. Every picture that I've ever painted has been a twisted joke, a way to comprehend my fate. And now you're standing lonely with no truth behind you. This is you, exactly how I thought I'd find you. Though your words and all your actions caused internal crisis. Tragodia, I came to understand where I sit. And when you fall, it's hard and wet and full of years of no regret. I question if it's really worth the pain your words beget. Your soul in debt despite a moment's satiation. The cold hell of manipulation. Does it take a shadow flickering with light to show me? Or a flower bathed in white to dance to get me growing? Does it take a blade to cut through all the lies forgotten? The soul's a tricky thing at times, it can be rotten. Is it evil that I found you out and left you bleeding? A bitter taste from all the bile when I helped stop you breathing. Wandering Victoria with ghosts beside me. A sick parade of silence with my anger rising. Sorry if I left you stunned and waiting in the lobby. Sorry if I wrote new lines, all the old ones stale and corny. Sorry if the curtain opened up to shocking repertory. Intermission's over and we're wrapping up my story. I am free, what I choose to be. When I cut away the shadows holding back my dreams. And if I ever fail, I'll be an idol still. I will rise renewed. Creator, slick precision, artist vision, plant the seeds. And what will grow while crimson afloat. This is my duty to create enigmatic fate. This is not an outro, it's a new beginning. Not a win or lose, it's about committing. This is my ovation as you make your exit. No revelation is the prime directive. Stop thinking you're immune to a falling action. If you want a denouement, I can make it happen. Now I take the pen and ink for a brand new chapter. Now I write the epilogue, my forever after. I am making changes, and you know the shoe fits. This is now my story. I've created it. I've created it.
Testing, mic check. Cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns. Hello, friendos. My name is Nez, and we are once again back at it again for some more Arknights, because today we're gonna be finishing our story reading of Act or Die. I pushed it up on the schedule. We're doing it today as opposed to Wednesday because I kind of got pissed preparing for the Monster Prom stream. Not gonna lie, I think Nanase's route is kinda annoying as hell, dog. I don't know when we're gonna do that. I just didn't want to do it today. So, here we are. Back at it again. Recap of everything that happened last time for the first half of Act or Die. We're stuck on a plate somewhere in Rankwood, filming the death of Lady DuPont. With Phantom and Miss Christine apparently having joined the film crew. However, the plane is headed towards a catastrophe. Just gotta get some of that Tri-Mounts money, baby. Gotta do that side hustle. Just gotta sell a bit of footage from inside a catastrophe, no biggie. Ignore also the handful of murders that have happened throughout the first half of the event. Holy shit, I think more significant major NPCs have died in Act or Die in a single event so far than any other event in Arknights. I swear, so many major NPCs died in a few chapters of Act or Die compared to every single other event in Arknights. It's wild, dog. What is this? I know we're following the trope of it's a murder mystery in a single location that no one can leave, but holy shit. People are just dropping left and right. So there's that. I still have a theory that Moira is the one behind everything. They also imply that it's also connected to the Crimson Troop. So whatever is going on with the script, whether it's a Horcrux, whether it's a summoning ritual to, I don't know, to bring back Tragedia or some shit, I don't know. But my biggest suspicions are falling onto Moira. She's the most meek of all the characters that you wouldn't expect to be behind everything. Also completely, let's just ignore Lucian just offing the first person to die. Dalton. It was an accident, dog. It was an accident. Someone messed with the props. Someone gave him a real knife instead of a fake one. Wait a minute. No shot. Wait, no. Wait. Moira wasn't the prop master before Dalton died yet. However, getting rid of the original prop master could have also been part of the plan. I don't know. I got high-key suspicions. Aside from that, Dalton, gone. Shelly, gone. Marion and Michael, both dead. Chopped up, hung on the rafts. On the rafters. Holy! I kinda like Marion and Michael's relationship. Should have been me. Not dying though. I mean, you get my drift. So, numerous people have died. I'm assuming more people are gonna die. Probably gonna go through all the major players in the crew. Pippi is definitely not gonna die. She's a playable character. She has that plot armor. We don't need to worry about Tippy. Cameraman might die. Producer Snake Lady, high chance she's gonna die. Why though? It seems that everything links back to the death of Laura, a young actress that died 5 years ago. And we keep mentioning Moira's sister, who apparently also works in the industry. All I'm saying is, Laura might be Moira's sister and she has motives to off every single person that was involved in the death of her sister 5 years ago. But anyway, those are my theories. Let's get into the thick of things. Cinema. EX stages. We'll probably do EX stages before the event ends. Here we go. AD-ST-2. Focus. The role I pen shall be engraved in memory. Let's turn up the music. Psst, hey, you saw Michael and Marion's body too, right? Dude, don't remind me. I've been trying to forget. It was freaking terrifying. My hands are still shaking so much, I don't think I can hold the boom mic. What do you mean we're still filming? What do you mean the production is still going? What? Bro, 4 people have died. You're still worried about work? when there's an actual serial killer on set right now? So let's skedaddle? You wanna run? Did you already forget how Michael and Marion ended up like that? Michael even had his suitcase right under him. I heard he'd packed already. He was ready to go for quite a while. He even found himself a secret passage to leave through. And he still was murdered right before he left the plate. No way the killer's gonna let any of us leave. It's just like the plot of Jack the Ripper? Jack the Ripper! This set is now his hunting ground, and any of us could be his prey. I don't think he cares about any of you, just the people involved with Laura's death. I don't even think it's a he-him. I still think it's a she-her. It's fucking Moira, dog! Abner, how long has it been since you inspected your chest rig? Look, there's a bunch of loose screws on your mechanical arm. One little slip and that camera's gonna be shards of glass all over the floor. If it breaks, it breaks. Please let me take a look at your camera then. I'm good. I'm your assistant, you know. Don't think I don't see what you're actually up to. You best stay away from me, kiddo. Dalton's death was no accident, right? The same goes for Shelley, Michael, Marion. There's no way the victims were chosen at random. All of them were involved in the incident 5 years ago. You should be working for one of those gossip rags, not behind the camera. Who said they were mutually exclusive? Reporters make more dough, though. Anyway, Abner, my good man, you were there 5 years ago, right? Come on, you tell me. Not like we'll be doing anything else today. I also think... Wait, no. Miss Rutherford wasn't involved in the incident 5 years ago. I don't even think Steven was also involved back then. They might make it out alive. Producer lady, though. The snake. Miss Rutherford, you have no lines in this scene. Then do you suppose I could simply stay in my room researching which exact foundation shade Lady DuPont should be wearing before she dies? These two still caught up in the film? Hello? There were 4 murders? In the span of 3 days? Hello? That will be decided after we finish the climactic scenes at the end, which are still... I'm sorry. So that god of yours is running tardy? I'm in no mood to blame your god right now, my dear. Were we not so far from the city, a major incident like this would have Rankwood police locking down the plate and crawling over our set, and naturally the shooting would be suspended. Not to say that our current situation is any better. Steven, I'm starting to worry that my investment in this project will come to nothing. How much do you or Greta know about what's transpired these past few days that I don't? Hello? The silence! Oh, this is where you two were. So where's the producer? Greta owes us an explanation. Whispers abound. What is Greta anyway? Are they Libri? They have sharp ears. Are they Sarkaz? Or... They could be Sarkaz, but they could also be Ager. Some Ager also have sharp ears. Gossip permeates the set, with not a single soul at work. 3 homicides, 4 victims. The spate of murders has everyone overcome with fear, anger, confusion, and shock. The whole film crew is on the verge of losing control. The clamor sends even her own heart into a mess. She hates the feeling. Oh. Greta struts right into the center of the studio and switches on the brightest bulb. The piercing light stuns everyone into silence, and everyone's attention fixes on her. She takes a deep breath. I have some announcements to make, everyone. I've never received any training as an actor, so you might have to come closer to hear me. You'll want to check your personal rank with financial terminals in a few minutes. I've instructed finance to send out everyone's remaining wages. Of course, the families of Dalton, Shelley, Michael, and Marion will also receive compensation for their losses, which I will handle personally later. Are we just solving everything with money? Hello? Not only are there deaths abound, but we're headed into a catastrophe? Yes, the death of Lady DuPont has yet to conclude filming, and your contracts are still valid, so none of this should be necessary. But I can count on one hand how many of you are still in the mood to work. Huh. This is so unlike you, Greta. We've simply run into a few considerable hiccups, but this is no time to be thrown in the towel. Has this experience made our producer lose confidence in the quality of the film? Throwing in the towel? You're overthinking it, darling. I've never once doubted my own judgment, much less considered abandoning the project. Then why are you? I'd like you to gather round for a story, everyone. Hey kid. Me, Miss Stone? Take out your pen recorder, notebook, shorthand terminal, whatever, then sit down and listen. What do you mean? I've seen you sneaking around with those toys, and I don't appreciate it, but feel free to record everything I'm about to say. Take it to Trimount's Entertainment Weekly, or Rankwood Coffee Time, or Person's Magazine. I don't care, as long as you get the story out. I won't hold you accountable either. See it as a reward, or punishment. It doesn't matter to me. Laying it all bare? I take it everyone here is familiar with the Rankwood Academy Awards. The Best Newcomer Award. Every year countless students of film and television schools, as well as amateur film buffs, submit their entries in a bid to prove how much they understand their creations and the market. They crave for their work to be chosen, because even the lowest award still implies their film is up to Rankwood standards, and a certain video was no exception. Your Phidia? She's a snake! Oh! I thought it was a... I thought Miss Christine called her that as a turn of phrase. She's actually a snake. Got it. Why? Are you a thin tail or a thick tail? More important question. She believed herself to be an auteur with both the brains and the will to realize her dreams. She was certain she would one day stand on Rankwood's red carpet, even if she had to temporarily settle for life in a cramped rental. So she waited for the very best story, the very best partners, that she put together a crew and brought that story to life, submitted it. This no-name newcomer craved success too much, not to mention the pressure of living up to the expectations of her companions. Why do I feel like you're about to tell the story of how you made a deal with the devil? Being the Crimson Troop. As the voting period was ending, her obsession intensified, along with her doubts about the quality of the work she had submitted. She could not rationalize her strange thoughts. She begged both friends and family and raised a large sum, large for her then, at least before knocking on the judges' doors. Why does this sound so familiar? On the very day of the Academy Awards, the committee publicized what the Phidia had done, and in so doing provoked Rankwood's professionalism and purity to the whole of Terra. Proved Rankwood's professionalism. And so she was disqualified. Her crew cut all ties with her and she lost everything she had. Now I remember. It was so ironic. Before the Academy later revealed that the work had actually won by votes anyway, the most recognized by the jury. She tried to bribe everyone, but ironically she won regardless. Afterwards, she spent a decade exhausting every option to re-enter Rankwood, and slowly made some achievements of her own. Of course, she changed her name as well to Greta Stone. So Melanie, now you know what an absolute fool I am. I went out of my way to provoke fate into playing a joke on me. Fortunately, that preposterous experience has taught me one thing. I should never doubt myself. I will always believe in my own judgment, and never give up on anything I attempt. You're You're more of a character than I took you for. Though truth be told, I always thought that infallible persona of yours was just a front to intimidate others.
Come on, Greta. So what's the sudden backstory for? You trying to win our sympathy? Dead people in here, a catastrophe out there. You think we'd want to put our lives in the line just for you, after all that's happened?
I know you still hold it against me, Abner. Ever since 5 years ago.
How could I? I mean, I was awarded Best Cinematography that year thanks to those classic shots from that film. It's the highest honor any cinematographer could ever dream of. You gave it to me.
But what about after that? You hit the peak of your career, then fell into despair. In just 6 months, no one dared to put you behind their cameras. You used to love your cameras so much. Now you treat them like empty potato chip bags. Before you joined the crew for the death of Lady DuPont, you even lost your decades-old partner at the casino, yes? You hate that film from 5 years ago. You hate the shot that won you the award, and you hate me for making you keep it.
You bet I do! My camera captured that Laura girl's fall, and when I saw how you reacted, I knew then and there you had zero good intentions. I warned you again and again, and you insisted on keeping that shot in the final cut. The more I think about how the jury commented on the shot's realism, the shock value, the more I want to laugh. Film is the art of creating dreams. Cameras are the eyes to see dreams, and the hands turn fantasy into reality. But you insulted the girl's memory. Insulted me. Now I hate this damn thing I'm holding, and I hate my work. Get it now?
If you really think so, then put it down, Abner.
What?
I'm sorry we've derailed. Now to get back on topic. After confirming you've received your compensation, any of you may leave the production at any time. Would you rather flee this dangerous plate? By all means. Scared of the serial killer and wish to find somewhere to hide? Go ahead. If you like playing detective for whatever reason, knock yourself out. Even if you're the murderer yourself and unwilling to give up on your vengeance, you have my blessing. We've already filmed most of the death of Lady DuPont, with only a few climactic scenes to cover in the last 2 days of our schedule. Who knows? Maybe we can even finish it with those willing to stay. As for those willing to work the camera, I will take Abner's place myself. Melanie, you do realize I can hardly find the last-minute stand-in for Lady DuPont herself, yes? You know I don't have a choice. I'm still counting on this film to beat Marianne. Even a catastrophe cloud can have a silver lining. Marianne retired from cinemas years ago. I've never understood why you're so obsessed with her. Oh, that's none of your business. But let me be frank. You won't get to demand special treatment as the female lead, or insist on those rules of the film set you love so much, once everyone else has evacuated. Steven.
I know. I'll fix the ending by tonight.
I believe in my decision to invest in this story, darling, and I believe you've collected enough inspiration over the past few days. Catastrophe draws near, and death is right before our eyes. Surely your god loves material like that. Alright, thank you for your time, people, and I wish you well on your future endeavors. That's all from me.
Well, the show must go on. What's a bit of murder to stop the production of the death of Lady DuPont? More people are gonna die. Holy shit. Abner's gonna die. Greta's gonna die. I don't think anyone else is connected to Laura's death. So far, one person that we haven't seen in that scene was Moira. And also Tippy. But I don't think Tippy's a killer. Promises of reunion. 85. My favorite lead. You once left, but we shall be reunited once more. Ah, there they are. Old Dalton's death and Shelley freezing in the cold storage were no accidents. Now Michael and Marion are dead too, in such a horrible way. Who's behind all this? Why all the murders in the first place? And why are they so gruesome?
Meanwhile, the perpetrator right here.
I have a feeling that Michael saw this coming.
What did you mean by that?
He looked a lot more serious than usual when we met last night before the murder. He must have figured out the real reason Dalton died, panicked and decided to get out of here.
You seem to be on the money about these things, Moira.
Now we'll never know what he was hiding. Maybe this all has to do with that accident 5 years ago. But what's really worrying me is that the killer's not even trying to make them look like accidents anymore. What if they're trying to tell us that until the entire truth is brought to light, nobody is safe?
There's still the whole situation with Phantom just recognizing the real knife in their hand and just offing Dalton like that. I mean, surprise of all surprises, what if it was just Phantom all along? What if there was no mystery to begin with? The one assassin on this fucking plate did it all along. Easiest explanation so far. But no, I still think it's Moira.
That until the entire truth is brought to light, nobody is safe.
The playable characters are safe. They have plot armor. Whoa, hello? What's with those ellipses? Why the silence, Moira?
Oh my gosh, sorry Molly. Did my babbling scare you? Don't worry. It doesn't matter if there really is like a crazy killer running around here. I'll protect you no matter how many of them there are.
Tippy. Oh, you poor girl.
That's not it, Detective Tippy. I was just thinking about what I can do on my end. Huh? Michael's dead now, but that doesn't mean that he wanted me to do... That doesn't mean what he wanted me to do doesn't matter anymore. The killer might be planning on using the escape land boats Miss Stone mentioned for their next move. So if we can figure out another way out, or put together something that'll get us to the ground, or even just find an exhaust vent, we might be able to get away from this maniac hiding in the shadows and save ourselves during the climax. Molly, Tippy, you were the first person to really open up to me after I joined the crew. Even though I kept messing up and getting you into trouble, you were always there to stand up for me. When Marion would forget my name, you were always ready to give her a proper reminder. You're always looking after me, comforting me, protecting me. So this time, I want to protect you too.
I don't think she needs protecting, considering you're the killer! Also, she has plot armor. Liberty gives a gentle hug to her most precious friend in the whole crew.
Once this is over, we're totally gonna have a movie marathon at your place. 24 hours of non-stop screams, paired with our favorite drinks and fried fin balls.
That's not gonna happen. She's probably gonna get killed by the end of this. By Phantom.
I want to see what the house you grew up in looks like, and meet the sister you've always been bragging about.
She's kinda dead. She fell.
Sure.
Hello? Alright! Alright, I'm 99% sure Moira's the culprit. She's probably also part of the Crimson Troop. She's another orphan taken in and groomed to be an assassin. Probably after her sister died.
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your little sorority huddle. Oh wow, Miss Rutherford, what brings you to the prop room? Where's your assistant? Didn't you receive Greta's notice on your terminals? She's already sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. So naturally, it only took a blink of an eye for that spineless assistant of mine to run off God's nowhere. Do as we please? Don't tell me, Miss Stone. No, none of the crew even care about the real reason all these murders are happening?
Hold up. Hold up, she's kind of breaking character. They're pushing forward with the production, and Moira's like, wait a minute, what? Wait. Do none of these deaths affect you? Shelly's not moved by any of these deaths? The lioness does not concern themselves with a few murders?
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. Surely the reasonable thing to do is escape and leave that to the police. Or, as Greta said, you could leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. So why'd you come looking for us, ma'am? I'm only here for you, Tippy, the background painter. Me? I admire Greta's gumption in wanting to film a catastrophe, and that is a fine opportunity for me as well, but films cannot rely on natural phenomena. I know you're more passionate about cinema than most, and you must have heard how important this project is to me. So I implore you, from the bottom of my heart, to put your talent in ambience building and color matching to work, to paint the perfect backdrop for my grand finale.
Oh, you are dying. I think that throwaway line that you didn't care about why the murders are happening are gonna get you killed by Moira. Even if you were never involved in Laura's death.
Wow! I mean, I'd totally love to, but... Go help her out, Tippy.
That's a suspicious raincoat you got there. Pretty convenient that you could cover yourself in something that gets the blood off of you. The outfit. How very convenient that you're giving Dexter right now. Gee, I wonder if you have any other blood-stained raincoats, Moira. I'm 99% sure Moira's the culprit.
Hey, Molly, what's with the raincoat? Are you going exploring? Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I've been part of the prop team for ages now, and I know my way around the plate. I'll be fine.
You're the least perturbed about all of this. There's a serial killer on the loose and you're like, I'ma just go exploring. Something a serial killer would say.
Remember what we were just talking about? This is something I need to do. Alright then. Once I'm done helping out with the backdrops, I'll find you, promise.
Aw, Tippy. Meanwhile, Phantom. Almost forgot. You're part of this event. You're investigating the Crimson Troop. Apparently connected to this whole script and production.
You may enter, Madame Stone. You knew it was me before I opened the door.
Yes, I've been waiting for you.
Your little investigation the other day forced me to reveal my plan of filming a real catastrophe to the whole crew. The timing couldn't have been worse. Abner and the rest of the crew were already unhappy with me, so I had to make some last-minute decisions. Big decisions.
Gotta pay everyone.
If I wanted to, I could sue you for damages incurred by your act of industrial sabotage, Lucien.
But
I'm not going to punish my cast just to vent or assert my authority, especially when such actions would only complicate the situation. And then, more murders. The killer even stopped hiding their savagery, and everyone's losing their minds. Except you. You're the same as ever, cool as a cucumber, watching the crowd from a distance.
Do you not suspect him? He was the one involved with the first murder.
I suppose I can thank this crisis for making it clear that you have no other reasons to be here. But none of that's important right now. The crew's been disbanded, you could leave. Or stay until the date specified in the contract. It's up to you. Your part in this is done anyway.
hardly. The moment you came to find me, you proved that my part is not yet done.
I can't magic up another Lady DuPont, or bring the 3 Rockefeller brothers back to life.
Don't you have CGI in Rankwood?
We're running out of both time and manpower, so I need to figure out the best use of our limited resources. Lucian, I'd like you to be the lead for the rest of the film.
We're replacing Michael? Alright. We gonna do reshoots? In the middle of the night, the clackety-clack of typing echoes through the office. A despondent Pero curls up in front of the typewriter. He glances at his latest manuscript and stubs a cigarette on it.
Ending. Lady DuPont needs to die in this ending. After she elopes with the second Rockefeller, they vanish from high society and live a poetic life in the countryside. But Rockefeller's life of affluence has left too much of a mark on him. He eventually shames Lady DuPont for her family name and leaves her. Despair, she slits her own throat.
Too realistic.
Do they really have to be punished after leaving their extravagant lives behind? This takes place back when Colombia held wealth as its highest value. I'm just trying to recreate it and let the audience judge for themselves.
Low cigarette burn, grows, and spreads, and swallows the paper up. Steven takes a deep breath and blows away the ashes.
In the end, Lady DuPont chooses none of the Rockefellers. She only wanted to escape her false destiny through marriage, but underestimated just how toxic love can be. The brothers, unbeknownst to each other, each plot their own revenge, and Lady DuPont is killed by 3 different schemes at the same time.
Too lowbrow.
Getting stuck in a quagmire of love even after not choosing anyone makes it sound like it's fate at work, but it's really just slapping in a trope to patch up the gaps. Final shot of her body being pulverized into nothing would definitely be shocking, but that setup's too crude. The DuPont's family false claims of being descended from Victorian nobility are finally exposed to the public. No matter how deep the Rockefellers' love for her is, they cannot shield her from punishment. The only time in her life that Lady DuPont is treated as true nobility is when the real DuPont family demands the death penalty to her. Too neat. All tied up with a bow to show off how deep and meaningful it is, but it lacks any of the madness or romance a film called The Death of Lady DuPont should have. Out of draft paper. Let me fetch some more from the filing cabinet.
Whoa. Steven slips on a wad of paper he threw to the ground earlier, falling flat on his back. Only now does he notice that the entire office is filled with discarded drafts. There's nowhere left for him to stand. He lies down amidst his supported ideas, covering his face with his hands, and he yells in frustration.
Get a Kubricking grip, Stephen Quay. You've been messing with the ending for 2 whole months now. Don't even have a shitty half-baked scene to show for it. This is your baby. You wrote every damn line in this story. Don't tell me you don't even know what you want to write. You need to suffer to make a classic, then this must be a goddamn masterpiece, right? Got the time pressure of the shooting, the shock of hearing about filming a catastrophe, the fear of some maniac going around killing the crew. You got it all, man. What more could you want? God of inspiration, my ass! That was just some stupid excuse to get Greta off your back. Your god ain't coming. Lost his fucking contact details. Who's there?
Hold up. What if it's Moira?
Well, honestly, I don't care who you are. As long as you could help me figure out this ending.
Fade to black. Oh my god, he's dead. He is so dead. Moira! Holy! She's ruthless.
I've come up with a few initial concepts for Lady DuPont's finale. You're an expert background painter and quite versatile too. I need you to help me put together the best scene possible. Here, these are a few materials I cobbled together. Have a look. Wow, how'd you get all these art references and and reference shots. Tint, ambience, design philosophy, you even labeled all the details of the buildings and how the lighting would reflect off the different materials. How long have you been doing research of this scene, ma'am? A few years at this point. Time is the only thing I have these days, darling. It takes a lot more than reading the words off a script to make an excellent film. Director Quay's not even done fixing the script yet, and you've already come up with so many ideas for the ending. That lad's certainly taking his sweet time with it, yes. I believe both the leading lady of the death of Lady DuPont and its investor. As both of them, I have an obligation to take responsibility for this film. As I said before, the revival of my career in Rankwood will begin once Lady DuPont gets a good, proper death.
You might be asking for too much there. It might come true, in the most unexpected ways.
Lupicar Holiday, the portrait of Aaron Daz, the bridges of County March, these mood reference shots are all taken from films starring Marion Blake, aren't they? Do you like her work? She retired long before you were born. I mean, my dad really loves her films. Besides, the classics are a classic for a reason, right? Both her acting chops and taste in projects were impeccable. It's kinda surprising to hear you say that. I could have sworn you hated her. Everyone's been comparing you guys for years. Indeed, all those years.
Flashback. Are we gonna see a No! No shot! I didn't realize that Marianne Blake was that Rhinelab woman? Hey, yo! They did establish that she was a famous person before she joined Rhine Labs, but we're connecting the events. Congratulations on winning your 8th Best Actress award, Miss Blake. Ever since you started your career, you've been at least nominated for an award practically every year. The industry sees you as an insurmountable mountain for fresh new talent to try and climb. Are there any particular up-and-comers you think we should keep an eye on?
I appreciate the flattery, but I'm hardly an insurmountable mountain. I'm still climbing my way up myself.
This event truly is MILF Central. Goddamn. Now, Hypergriff, please stop killing the MILFs. Please and thank you.
There are always plenty of new faces streaming into Rankwood, brimming with talent, and it's hard for me to pick up any specific name. How about Melanie Rutherford? I tip my hat to you, Miss Blake. Today I received the award for Best Supporting Actress, 2 years slower than it took you. I've seen all your films. As our reporter friend here said, you really are a natural-born performer, darling. The tallest peak in Rankwood, but only for now. Give me some time and I will overcome you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Wow, Melly and Marianne are really duking out in this scene. Time to get out the popcorn. They've been rivals for a while now, haven't they? It's like they're always racing to get the most awards. So why'd they agree to take on the same project?
Shush! Did you forget everything they taught you when you joined the crew? You rude little shit. Go apologize to Miss Rutherford right now.
I'm really sorry. Let's not be too harsh on the fresh meat, Melanie. Our films are built upon rules. You've been in the industry longer than I have. Miss Blake, you must have experienced why they're so important firsthand. Courtesy towards the leading lady is something we've had to fight for. Role by role, film by film. It's what's allowed me, a young girl from the middle of nowhere, to stand in front of you today. And without any rules, there will be no standards. How else would we know which of us is the greatest film actress of all time? Which reminds me, I still haven't congratulated you for the Best Actress award you got at Lithuanian Spire Film Festival a few days ago. Oh, that was just a small award ceremony. Meanwhile, your latest film swept every single major award and ranked with again, darling. I still haven't truly overcome you, Miss Blake. I would like to thank everyone for coming to this press conference regarding the eternally shining star. We appreciate your care and concern during this difficult time. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run into a catastrophe during our shoot. I was injured and I'm still recovering now. Thankfully, we didn't return empty-handed. We managed to hold on to some of our precious footage. But I believe this is heaven working in mysterious ways. It's trying to tell me that it's time for me to bid farewell to the silver screen. As both the lead actress for the eternally shining star and its investor, I am hereby announcing that neither the film nor my performance will be submitted for nomination for any awards. It will remain as one last gift from Marianne Blake to her cinephile friends, and nothing more. I won't be leaving Rankwood immediately, of course, just moving into more of a behind-the-scenes role for now. But I doubt I'll be content with that for long. I'm always eager to seek new opportunities and to start a new chapter of my life as Jara Booker Wilson.
Oh, you're here too, Miss Rutherford. Can I request a quick interview? So, your latest film will be releasing soon, and most were predicting that only you and Miss Blake would be in the running for this year's Best Actress at Rankwood Awards. So, how do you feel about the announcement of her sudden retirement? The withdrawals of her new movie from the nominations? You're the default winner now. You must feel great.
Does this mean I won?
By default. Technically, yeah, there was the competition dropped out. That can be satisfying, right?
After Miss Blake retired from acting, you got all those roles as brand spokeswoman and lead actress, and even got invited to be on the judging panels for the big film festivals. But not long after, you suddenly left it all behind because some personal reasons, and when you came back last time, nothing was the same anymore. Her retirement gave me quite the shock, but I still believed I won fairly through my own talent. I believed that I too could become an insurmountable mountain and a legend of the silver screen, one that outshone even her. But in the end, Rankwood's Best Actress Melanie Rutherford let it all go to her head, swayed by the endless praise of the critics, the flattery of the sponsors, and the applause of the audience. Wealth and fame, alcohol and scandal, I lived an indecent life those few years. Yeah, tell me about it. Those tabloids have like zero respect for privacy. But once I met you in person, I could tell. Maybe you've made a few mistakes here and there, but your love for acting's the real deal. Oh, no need to console me, little Liberty. No one's more acutely aware of my failings than I am. Marianne could switch from a hardened soldier to a poor servant girl and back at the drop of a hat. Single dress rehearsal was all she needed to figure out the ideal lighting and positions. But if I were to ever take a single day off, spend an hour less on studying the script, or arrive at the rehearsal 15 minutes late, my performance would fall into the gutter. A mere 2 years of living in indulgence was all it took for me to lose the skills I once picked up with ease. I disappointed both the directors and fans. I never realized just how unending waves of new talent were looking up to me. I never even realized what the position in entertainment Marianne had fought so hard to defend actually meant. I thought I could afford to be like her and enjoy the double delights of cinema in life. I thought there'd be no harm in having a little fun after all those chasings and competing. It was only then that I finally realized Marianne Blake was a truly infuriating genius in every sense of the term. With her final film and that chance catastrophe, Marianne received a revelation to retire from cinema and all I could do was sigh. Even unknowable Mother Nature was on her side. But now that you're the lead actress again, you've got the chance to win back everyone's trust. I mean, you're even getting to film alongside a catastrophe too. You're right, darling. I spent more than a decade piecing my self-confidence and acting skills back together. I could hardly be but a single step away from the top again. Greta's offer to give me a part of Lady DuPont couldn't have come at a better time. And now, even her grand ambitions have left me a special little gift. Come to think of it, the lady is a rather fitting role for me. Surely she knows her brother is lying to her. Surely she has doubted her last name once or twice. But no, she unconsciously clings to her glamorous life, refusing to accept the mediocrity of her birth. She prays desperately that she is special, that she is talented. I wonder, what sort of ending will she face amidst the storm? Miss Rutherford? Yes? We should watch some horror flicks together! Horror flicks? If you want to climb your way back to the top, you can't limit yourself to copying Miss Blake, right? Like you've always had pretty different styles of acting. We're gonna put together a finale more powerful than the one in Lupicaran Holiday, and Lady DuPont's name will go down in cinema history.
Stop setting up death flags, Tippy! Every single person that you want to hang out with in the future is either the killer or has a death flag! Tippy, in any scenario, let's watch some horror films.
Very well, then. Also, I'm sure you know what happened between you and Miss Blake better than I do, but I bet she meant it when she said you'd surpass Marion Blake one day. She might still even think so, even now. You may be right, darling.
So, Steven's not dead yet. What is he talking to?
You're real? Or just a figment of my imagination? Am I really being visited by the god of inspiration? Don't tell me I've gone crazy from working on the script.
Oh, hold up. It's the Hisoka looking ass. Troop Master is here. Apparently he's been hiding out on this plate all along. I thought it was just... Alright. Troop Master. Here to divert suspicions away from Moira? I still feel like these two are connected. But also, this man's might just stab you in the fucking chest, dude.
Madness can transform ink on the page into sweet fruit, or allow a stiff mind to wander freely across the wilderness of time and space. You cower in the corner of a dark room, forced to chase a deadline even after witnessing a string of brutal murders. Yet, for all your soul-searching and brain-racking, you have come up with only 3 endings for Lady DuPont. Hardly the work of a madman, no. I promised Greta I'd have an ending that impressed everyone by tonight. The only people left are those insane enough to risk their lives for cinema, and they're waiting for me. But they bet on the wrong man. The realm of art only accepts natural-born geniuses, not some dried-up piece of crap slaving away at a typewriter. The death of Lady DuPont. You already have the most captivating ending for this story, just from its title. While the shocking brilliance of her death will certainly fade after the film is copied reel after reel. But Rankwood, after all, is a factory hawking such fantasies across all of Terra. Is it not? You are a nation of liars, fooling even yourselves. Even the Colombian dream was born from a promotional film for the Pioneer Project after all. Just to be clear, I care for neither political metaphors nor realities, only that you have deeply misunderstood the essence of performance. Drama can change lives, but it would never use such a mechanical way. But by setting death as Lady DuPont's ending, you show you still possess an intuition for cinema. Intuition? No. When I was a student, I hated dragging death into the stories I wrote. I thought of it as a cheap trick, only good for plugging up holes in the plot or squeezing right emotions out of the audience. Actually talented writers could give a film a proper climax without it.
Is this hypergriffs being self-aware that they have no balls to kill off playable characters in Arknights? Is this a bit of lampshading by hypergriffs writers? They're like, deaths are just used for plugging up holes in the plot or squeezing emotions as shock value. We don't need deaths in Arknights for playable characters. We can make them suffer well without it. And that they do. There are things worse than death on Terra.
Then what changed you? A shocking memory? Or perhaps some phantom pain you cannot recall? I had the same problem 5 years ago, when I was working with Greta on another project.
Ooh, okay. Steven was also part of the lore incident. You're dying.
She didn't mince words. She told me the back half of the script was too dull, and audiences would be falling asleep if I didn't change it. It'd bomb at the box office. So I shut myself in the office just like I do now, pushing my mind to the brink of collapse but getting nothing out of it. And then Laura fell and died. An opportunity straight from heaven. The perfect plot device. Just as Greta expected, the rest of the film was panned by critics. That scene alone became an overnight sensation, to the point that you started to see death as more than just a cheap trick, rather as the most sincere form of expression, brimming with artistry.
Wait a minute. Why are you low-key casting suspicion on Steven that he might be the killer? You may cast 5% of suspicion onto him, and the other 95% is still on Moira.
Yeah. Seeing how you've had that sudden realization, all that has happened on this plate should provide you with nourishment. A death while shooting, a deadly hallucination, bodies hanging from beams. With all this to inspire you, why not write them into your story, and let the same drama be performed both on and off the screen? Because they're still not good enough. Then what about turning away from those who have already exhausted their possibilities? What do you mean? Who else in your story could ignite a spark in Lady DuPont's bosom? Who is distant enough from all these grudges and resentments, yet still able to bring out the most drama?
The Messenger? Phantom's character?
As well as the best of performances. The Messenger. It's the Messenger who brought the bad news. He's the very trigger for Lady DuPont's fate. Vengeance or repentance, Lady DuPont has a new choice to make, and at the same time, the Messenger must contend with the consequences of intervening in another's destiny. This is it! This is the ending I wanted! Lucien, yes, I'll have Lucien be the star of the final scene.
Meanwhile, back with these two. Also, where's Miss Christine? I'm just gonna sip my coffee.
You want me to become the lead actor? That's right. I can't say I understand you, but I have a feeling that even if I hadn't approached you, you would have come to me anyway. You have the most potential of any actor I've ever seen. The messenger doesn't have much screen time, but your performance added the complex and delicate core to the role that was originally a nothing burger. And I'm sure that whatever your goal is here, you won't be leaving before the shoot ends. If so, then why not do me a favor and help out with this? I'll give you time to think it over, of course. So far, it's just a thought I had, and I haven't spoken to Steven about it yet. He promised me the finished script by tonight, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. If only that god of his knocked on his door.
Tragedy and knocked on his door. The god of tragedy?
I see. Changing the focus of the messenger was the only way to steer the plot towards brilliance. I can already imagine the shock on everyone's faces when they read the new ending. Once I'm done with it. But I see you've added a lot of direction notes for his lines. Most of them are quite detailed. While you were giving me advice on my writing just now, you mentioned the quirks of Lucien's performances, where he likes to put pauses in dialogue. You even told me which angle suits him best for close-ups, to capture his most subtle expressions, and what kind of lighting best highlights his unique character.
Alright, dog! That's some way too personal information.
It's like you've known him for a long, long time. Maybe even taught him. So how did you know all these things about Lucien?
You just gonna fade to black like that? Flashback! The playwright! You're showing up in this event?
You called for me, troop leader. Come with me, playwright. Final act is underway, and as always, the entirety of the audience is enraptured by the performance on stage. It's rare for the White Flower to return to the stage. Will you not toast to her once the performance is over? What of the Blood Time and then the Abyss? But they're merely supporting roles this time. All the scenes have been concluded. The rotting stage mechanism has spread the blood of the magician's assistant and the chosen lucky audience member all over the stage. Their corpses have been stuffed into the prop boxes, set afloat on the river to disappear forevermore. The magician herself completes her final show as she treads on the stage, yet slick with blood. Blood Diamond and Abyss should have chiseled their way out of the boxes by now, be on their way back to the stage for the curtain call alongside White Flower the magician. Should they now? And here I was, thinking those two children have turned performance into reality, disappearing forevermore. As I recall, this was a new scene you added half a year ago while revising the script, during a night you claimed to have had a revelation. Leader, come with me, playwright. The show is far from over.
Here's my favorite leading man. He once left me, but in the end he shall be reunited. Who? Alright, fade the black. Well, well, well. Promises of reunion. Wait, just checking. Okay. I will take a 2-minute break to refill my water. Be right back. I have returned with my glass of water. You gotta hydrate or else we'll dehydrate. It was referring to Lucian in the present. These two just causing all sorts of mischief on this fucking production and this plate, regardless of the fucking catastrophe on the way. What's he up to though? Why is he here in the first place? And why is he taking revenge? Well, I'm assuming he's just half of the culprits, and the other culprit is most likely Moira. Why is he helping her though? I'm just gonna assume that, like, after the death of Laura, she joined the Crimson Troop, learned to be an assassin. Why? My man's Hisoka is over here along with her? I don't know. Maybe it's a take your boss to work kind of day. That doesn't make sense. Your boss is probably always at... Never mind. That metaphor doesn't work. Maybe it's just a supervisor watching you work type of day. Okay, that's a better turn of phrase. 86. Rewind the monologue. She dances. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul has experienced 100,000 lives. Meanwhile, in a server room somewhere, a petite zealot gropes around in the darkness as she traverses the pitch-black plate layer. Moira? Why are you skulking about the plate? I see how it is. The structure and systems look complex, but once you figure out the theory behind it, even a prop maker can operate it. Wait, what? She's gonna drive the plate? For example, here, adjust its direction first. Then set a time, pull the lever, open the gate end. Done. Good, just like I thought. This way I'll have nothing to worry about even if something unexpected happens. Hey, yo! Is she driving us straight into the catastrophe? I thought we were just gonna skirt around it. Hey, yo, she's driving us into the catastrophe! Alright, 99% sure it's Moira. Now there's just one last thing to do. I need to go find her. Find her? You're talking about the stone? Hello, hermit! You're late? No, you're just in time. I had to push up the schedule on finishing up the event from Wednesday to today. Mainly because I got pissed off at Monster Prom. And I just wanted to play something on stream. So we're finishing up the event today. We're probably gonna do EX stages on Wednesday though. Or before the event ends. Greta, you're about to die. Also, we're heading straight into the catastrophe. So much for your footage. Your footage is gonna be worth way more to Tri-Mounts University now. I'm sure you have reservations, Lucian. The plate's in a crisis, and everybody's in danger. I wouldn't trust a cold-hearted producer who's demanding the shoot go on either. We don't need to trust each other. You're not wrong. In my 20 years in Rankwood, I've never trusted a single person I've worked with. I only trust in my own judgment. I invited Melanie right when she most needed an opportunity. I saw right away at the auction that you were an acting genius, and I was sure Abner would join the crew even though he hates my guts. I even still believe that Laura's death 5 years ago was the only way to serve the movie. You had nothing to do with the accident, but you still made use of her death. She was a talented rookie, eager, hardworking, and full of passion for cinema. It's just that sometimes the enthusiasm got to her head and made her break a few rules. Steven was still green back then, and the shoot wasn't going as planned. Halfway through the project, I knew that film would burn through all my assets and leave my reputation in tatters. I needed an external factor to help me solve that crisis. Wait, what? Laura's death. Using the media to hype the accident would be too predictable.
Those busybodies would just sigh and forget all about it the moment they moved on. So I used a lot of money to squash the police investigation and media's attention, along with a healthy amount of hush money to Laura's family. I got the editors to keep the footage of the fall that Abner captured on camera and turned it into the climax of the film. Even now, there are some people who still think she was just an acting genius who retired early.
Oh my god. I thought it was an open secret that she died on set. There was a cover-up! Oh! Alright. There was a whole ass media cover-up. It was a snuff film. And we're replicating it now, 5 years later. And her little sister wants to take revenge on everyone involved in Laura's death.
You covered up her death.
I immortalized her in film.
Someone will eventually notice what you did.
Every year on the day of her sacrifice, I go visit her. 5 years and I'm the only one who brings flowers to her grave.
Do you not feel guilt?
I'm certainly to blame for it, but now's not the time for repentance. Right now, there's only one thing on my mind: finishing this film. Once the death of Lady DuPont is screening, the murders on set are bound to get the media's attention. I'll take that chance to officially release the truth behind Laura's death. When that time comes, there will be a lot more people grieving for her, and that's when I'll bear the blame. I hope you realize I didn't confess all that to you on a whim.
Want to use the truth to make a deal?
When I first met you, I thought it was fate throwing me a bone, dropping a big present on my lap before shooting started. But it was your behavior after you joined the crew that proved to me you are no ordinary man. Dalton died right in front of you, but you kept your cool. You even looked forward to future filming. After you discovered my plans to film a catastrophe, you took the perfect opportunity to leak those plans to the camera assistant, most likely to spill them. And now with the crew officially dismissed, almost everyone is feeling desperate, except you. You were waiting in your room for me to visit, as if you're no stranger to sudden death and tragedy. Who are you exactly, and why did you agree to join my film crew?
I was enticed by your script, no more, no less.
Sure. The way things are now, interrogating you and your history isn't going to help my shoot, but I was hoping you'd repay my honesty in kind. I still believe in my vision, Lucian, no matter what I find out about you. Sad burp. No matter how suspicious, I will never withdraw my invitation for you to be my male lead. But if you really can't explain why you're here, if you got your sights on something way over my head, if you think Laura's death and everything it's caused 5 years ago, 5 years down the line, are the real story being filmed on this plate, and you're here for that, then I, Greta Stone, would like to invite you again. Please be our next leading man, Lucian.
If that is your wish, then it is mine as well, Madame Stone.
Greta set out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. Finish the shoot? Greta's still thinking about her movie right now.
She must have noticed the connection between the murders and the crew in the one 5 years ago.
Oh, so she's doing it on purpose. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. I don't see why you should either. Or as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. The truth. The cast and crew both mercilessly bully newcomers. The producer even massage tragic and fatal fall into a scene that straddles the line between truth and lie. If you will not repent for what happened 5 years ago, nor make your deeds known to the public, do you believe yourself innocent, Greta? Have you forgotten how you edited Laura into your film? Also, she could die over and over again with every showing? This is Moira. This is 100% Moira.
You must pay the price.
Someone sneaking into her room. A bulge on the bed is faintly outlined by the dim nightlight. The person beneath the blanket is fast asleep, ignorant of the judgment about to fall upon her. Fast asleep, that desecrator of the dead, forgetter of sins, ignorer of warnings. How could Greta sleep so soundly? Someone quietly creeps closer to the bed, holding a razor-sharp dagger out of a sleeve. Slender fingers grip its hilt tightly, lifting the terrifying weapon high into the air. I don't even want to hear your confession. I don't even want to hear your screams. Just go away already. You must pay. This feeling, it's not right. What? The blanket is lifted up. There is nobody under it, aside from a black shadow. A shadow? How could a shadow exist on its own? The intruder steps back a bit as the shadow slowly condenses into a familiar shape. It's the lady! Miss Christine? A trap. So, we finally meet. I welcome you, my elusive guest. Is it really you? What did I say, chat? I mean, props to Hypergriff. They wrote a murder mystery into Arknights so well. You know, good murder mysteries, if the audience can easily be led to the conclusion on their own, and they feel smart about it. Hypergriff laid in just enough clues for us as early as Moira mentioning her sister. By the time we got Moira mentioning her sister, we've already established the whole Laura incident. You just had to put 2 and 2 together and conclude that Moira was the one. Hypergriff? Cinema. Cine. Moira, the most dedicated member of the crew, was actually the 3-time murderer? It should have been 4. When did you find out, Lucien? The first to notice your abnormal behavior was Miss Christine, not me. In that very first scene after I joined the cast, she intruded upon the shoot. She rarely approaches anyone other than me, but she approached you. Since then, she made contact with you many times. To be believed, she decided to accompany you as you watch movies in the prop room because she likes both of you. That is only half correct. Miss Christine was only ever interested in you. Look, even now, even as you hold that dreadful dagger, she still stands by your side. She's feeding off your emotions, girl. Ridiculous. Don't tell me that's your only reason to suspect me, just because this mysterious creature is fond of me? Or maybe she only does that because you tell her to. She is your pet after all. She's not a pet! Moira looks into Miss Christine's deep blue eyes. The very next moment, she no longer has conscious control over herself. Joy, sorrow, anger, all sorts of emotions roil through her heart, before finally settling into a blank void, one that terrifies anyone looking upon it. Continue to misunderstand her. As I have explained before, none may interfere with her intentions and actions. I did not merely mean that she is free-spirited by nature, but rather, nobody has the ability to interfere with her. It is she who possesses the ability to influence others. The mysterious black creature nonchalantly licks her paws. Moira finds it difficult to reconcile the Miss Christine she sees now with the enormous pressure she felt earlier. She got hockeyed. She experienced the hockey of the king. Miss Christine is extremely sensitive to emotions. No carefully buried pain or flicker of malice escapes her notice. Over countless years, she has wandered across all of Terra, tasting the entire spectrum of feeling. Rather than a particular flavor,
She prefers a blend. Her judgment is derived from instinct rather than logic. It does not err.
Solving a murder without even discovering a motive? Should I congratulate you? We know your motive! The Laura incident. She was your sister.
Vengeance.
For who?
For that ghost entangled in the minds of the majority of the crew.
Okay, my other question is, we know she tampered with the knife that was supposed to slice Dalton. How did she make Shelly hallucinate like that? And then get trapped in the ice room? The hallucination is still a puzzle piece we haven't solved yet. How did she do that? She probably has an accomplice. What am I saying? I just realized. Hisoka. Her arts probably? Shelly was just mentally gone by herself.
Madame Stone, the one who stands before you now is the relative of that rookie actress Laura, who fell to her death 5 years ago. One who loved her dearly, her little sister.
Wow. Oh, I'm so surprised. Oh, didn't see that coming. No. I actually enjoyed the lead up to all of this. It was very fleshed out. That we figured it out long before the reveal, but in a smart way. Not in a stupid, hey, she's obviously the killer way. It's more of a little hints here and there with every chapter, getting more and more obvious as the event went on. But we're still in chapter 6. We got 3 more chapters to go involving Hisoka. You were 50 for 50? Sure by 84? When she put on the raincoat, you knew it was a Bateman reference? There's also that. What is it with raincoats and washing away murder blood? It's a classic. Especially with a clear raincoat. You can't just like use a yellow ass goofy raincoat for a murderer. You gotta use a clear raincoat. That's cinema. So out of all the choices Miss Stone gave us after disbanding the crew, you chose to play detective, Lucien.
No need to bluff. I know you're not afraid of me exposing you. It would let more people know the truth behind Laura's death and the conduct of the film crew. You would have gladly exposed yourself given the right opportunity.
Not right now.
It's over, Moira. You hid yourself well. Simple identity and an innocent facade were the ideal cover for you.
Also, the fact that Tippy was getting super friendly with Moira was kind of giving the game away. Making her seem meek and shy and needed to be protected. Surprise. You needed protection from her. Call an ambulance. Not for me.
During nearly all of the murders, you were with Tippy. That painter trusts you deeply and was always happy to provide you an alibi, even as you left your meetings partway through. Looking back, every accident has involved you in some way. Dalton's death was caused by prop knife being switched, which led to the former prop master being dismissed. Naturally, you took over his work, which afforded you an even greater opportunities for crime. As for the second accident,
when Shelly walked into the cold storage.
No, she had intended to kill her before that but failed. You remember how Shelly had a hallucination and interrupted the shoot, Madame Stone? While she was rooted in place, unable to move, a heavy container fell from above.
You saved her. Moira single-handedly held on to the rope, preventing the two of you from being harmed.
Oh! I forgot that happened. That did happen. Bro, she was gonna crush her! She wasn't holding on to the rope to save her. Lucian just got into the way because he wasn't involved with the Laura incident.
But it was not out of kindness of her heart. At the time everyone was focused on Shelly's antics, very few people noticed the dangling container, let alone rush to the other end of the rope. Right, only the one who tampered with the rope in the first place could have reacted that quickly. The failed attempt revealed that to all that Shelly suffered from hallucinations, which you took advantage of.
I knew her deepest nightmares. She mistook me for my sister Laura and babbled all her sinful secrets to me.
Okay, that explains it.
Even to the very end, she never repented. Instead, she began to blame Laura for crossing the line. She had to die.
As for Marion and Michael,
Michael only ever treated me as an innocent little errand girl. He never figured out I was after his life, even entrusting me with important matter of sneaking out of the plate. And Marion, she never felt the slightest guilt of what happened 5 years ago. She had to die. Escape? Nobody can escape. Do you know just how much suffering and malice my sister had to endure? Yet all she ever talked about was how much experience she was getting, and how happy she was to be part of the cast. Whenever I was worried I wouldn't make it as a prop maker, whenever I silently shed tears as the crew ostracized me, she would use herself as an example to comfort me, to encourage me. But it was only after she died that I learned what the experience you gave her really was. How dare you look at me like that, Greta? Are you doubting what I just said? Surely you haven't forgotten how you bribed the police and media and suppressed the news of Laura's death? You even turned her accident into a mockery of the truth in the movie. How could she possibly rest in peace after that?
no, Moira. Madame Stone has not forgotten her deeds. Rather, she's doubting your identity.
My identity? A prop maker? An unremarkable Zalak? An avenger of crimes unanswered?
Laura had no younger sister.
Wait, what? Another layer to the mystery? Wait a minute! Who, what, when, where? Is this actually Laura?
She was never a part of your life.
What?
She's a stan.
She was an obsessed fan, dog! Yo! Hey, yo! She was an obsessed stan!
What are you saying? What kind of interrogation is this? 5 years ago, after the accident, I gave Laura's family compensation. I even hired people to scour her entire family history and the circumstances. Also, I can guarantee that none of them would leak the truth. Not even her most distant relatives. After Lucian told me the truth of that he had deduced, I was still in disbelief, so I pulled out the list of Laura's family members and checked it again. I regret to inform you, there was no Moira on that list. You're lying!
I can explain everything that happened to you, but you will need time to accept it. So put down the dagger, Moira.
Hold up! Maybe she's not an obsessed stan. Hold up. Maybe Hisoka was just using her. Maybe he was puppeteering this entire thing all this time.
It should not be yours.
Wait, is this just a random person? Mind controlled? To believe that they were Moira, Laura's sister?
Put it down. It's far too late for that.
Uh-oh. We're driving straight into the catastrophe?
What was that? No shot. What the fuck is this hallway, Hypergriff? You gonna pull The Shining on us? What's with the sudden earthquake? Somebody save me! Did the plate hit something? If I'd known this was coming, I'd have skedaddled out of this place already. Oh, what the hell is going on here?
Crew members stream out of their rooms into a crowded corridor, none with the slightest idea of what is happening. Lucian's shadow passes by a bevy of curses, complaints, laments, and prayers before arriving at the end of the corridor. He looks out the window.
Hey guys, doesn't it feel like the plate is speeding up?
Moira locks the door. She does not know if the man named Lucian will catch up to her, or how long it would take. The room shakes violently, letting her know that the sabotage she performed had taken effect. The cockpit is destroyed, the engine output is locked to its highest setting, and its route is set. The studio plate speeds up as it approaches nearby catastrophe, and shows no signs of stopping. In a few hours, they will find themselves with the misfortune of facing a storm. No, a trial. The vast majority of this cast and crew had to answer for the accident 5 years ago. For the death of her sister. Laura had no younger sister. She was never a part of your life.
What was he talking about?
Girl, I think you were just brainwashed into this. Moira mumbles to herself incessantly. She sifts through the pile of junk in the prop room and finds an old VCR. She sets it up and pulls out a videotape from one of her inner pockets. A videotape she has watched countless times. She presses down on the play button. Is that Laura? A baddie we never got to meet. The smile of a young woman appears on the screen.
Laura, my sister, you're real. Tell me you're real. I know whenever you laughed, there was a dimple in only your left cheek. You had big eyes with light green irises. They were always so gentle when you looked at me. You could peel an entire apple without breaking its skin in 30 seconds. Whenever you were happy, you'd whistle a big, strong fleet. You'd use arts to make small ice crystals to use as hair clips. You told me about your life in Rankwood. How your first role got edited down to only 3 seconds of screen time in the final cut. You told me about how much you struggled just to get a few more scenes. Well, a few assholes talked behind your back. Most of the crew still looked after you. You told me how even though you came from a small town where you couldn't even buy a VCR, even though you had to learn a lot of things from scratch, even though opportunities that are easy for others to get are far out of reach for us, we still shouldn't get discouraged. You never mentioned how much bullying you had to suffer through, how much pain you endured. You would go on and on about how beautiful the sunrise in Rankwood was, looking towards the future with such firm eyes. You also had times when you were sad, even though you only mentioned how homesick you felt at night, when all was quiet and the ones kept you company were the twin moons low in the sky. You told me how alike we were, how you had my back and would support me forever, ever since we were little.
Moira suddenly stops. She shakes her head like mad, trying to force more details out of her memory. But she can say no more. She finds her memories of Laura have an unusually distinct cutoff point. They had never run through the grass together hand in hand. They had never fallen asleep in each other's arms as their parents sang to them. As she trawls further back through her memories, every image to do with her sister is simply blank. Cinema. The videotape ends. The television screen goes dark. Moira sees her own face reflected in it. Tears silently stream down her cheek.
You were never part of Laura's life. Laura's never part of yours. But if that's really true, then what do you even have left, Moira? Who are you?
What's our theories on this, chat? Is she just a brainwashed puppet by the troop master? Is she a stan who deluded herself to believing that she was actually Laura's sister?
First the serial murders, now this morning's mysterious explosion. The hell's going on here? Why is this wind so strong? Alright, according to the schedule, today's the day we're filming the catastrophe.
There's still the boss? Yeah, Hisoka's still pulling the strings. Autumn stands in the street of the exterior set. Thanks to the nearby storm, the once colorful background walls are covered in a layer of dust. She never expected to experience so many twists and turns after joining the film crew. She only ever thought of making movies. As for actually being in one, she can't stand the idea of it.
That's the catastrophe Miss Stone wanted to film.
Earlier, the catastrophe everyone was making such a fuss about had simply been a faint gray dot in the waste. Now it has condensed into a storm that blots out the sky. A storm that refuses to allow onlookers to tear their gazes away from it. Small-scale spirals of wind formed from originium dust circle around the plate, visible to the naked eye.
I gotta say, it is a spectacular sight. If you saw a scene like this in a movie theater. Please, Sarah, bless us. I've had such bad luck. Please let us finish filming safely. Now, who cares about a shoot? A safe return to Rankwood is good enough for me, please.
The plate responds Houghton's prayer with an even more unusual than earlier sound and shaking.
Uh-oh, it's speeding up. What the hitchhawk was that? Whoa! Ah!
Autumn has wondered many times before if she were actually in the middle of a catastrophe. What would she hear? The howling of the wind? The roaring of explosions? The shrieking of a panicked crowd? Turns out it is none of those. It is the sound of walls and metal structures being squashed as flat as an empty can, one after another. It is the sound that instills extreme terror in oh-so-fragile humans. Yosar, who begin to worry their organs, bones, and blood vessels will suffer a similar fate. Well, the unlucky stagehand is probably dead. Rip. The turbulent sky licks against the edge of the plate, tearing sets that once starred in classic movies to shreds with the wind, before flinging them out into the wasteland. Autumn moves aside the scaffolding that had fallen on her, but finds her legs too weak to muster the strength to move. Well, if she's not dead, she's definitely gonna suffer from oropathy for the rest of her life. She looks at the devastation in a daze, barely able to believe her eyes.
My god, how did we already get so close to the catastrophe?
She's just unlucky. She lives on Terra, dog. Either you're a noble living in high society, or you're a pleb living out in the wastes, in poverty, or with oropathy. You're not getting isekai'd onto Terra and enjoying the operator life. You're probably gonna die of oropathy. Chances are high. AD-7, Blood Diamond Song. I can hold back. Cannot hold back any longer.
What the? This is Greta's plan for the shoot? The Originium storm is right in our faces. What are we, some sort of...
Bro! Alright. I wanna know. Who wrote this? Hypergriff or Yostar? Who wrote this?
No way. This has to be the killer's doing, right? Didn't you hear the explosion earlier? Someone blew up the plate's cockpit. There's no way we could slow the plate down or change directions now. Right now, we're barely in contact with the storm. But once we hit its core, they're not gonna find even a single brick of this plate.
Alright, enough. Who on Terra was it? The revenge wasn't enough for them, so now they're gonna take out the rest of us too?
The murderer is Moira of the prop team.
What? Who's talking? I said, the killer responsible for the three murders is Moira!
Moira? You're kidding me. That unremarkable Zalek?
Miss Stone caught her red-handed. If Lucien were there, she would have become the next victim. So where's the little rat now? I'll go find her myself. And what's the point of confronting a psycho killer when you can't even save yourself? She owes us an explanation. What if she gets innocents killed? Yeah, man, what if? You think I haven't thought of that? I already switched the wireless comms to broadcast mode to ensure I survive this. I'm sure everyone outside the place has heard the truth by now. The killer's trapped like a rat. I have to live. Once I get back to Central Rankwood, all the bombshells I've collected these past few days will be enough to buy me a villa in Siesta. Camera assistant, you just raised a lot of death flags for yourself. Oh! Shit, the plate's tilting towards the Originium storm again.
Right, the land boats. We can use them to escape.
They're gone. What? I went over to the emergency escape cabin earlier and they were already wrecked by the storm. Every last one of them.
There's no way out for us now. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take the chance to jump off the plate.
Cut that shit out. Just move. Anywhere safer than the film set. Let's go hide underground in the engine layer.
There truly are many things to learn from the set design of a horror film. Thank you, Tippy.
Were these two just watching horror films this entire time?
No problem. I have to get back and start making
Words are hard.
the visualizations for most of the visual effects first. Then we'll finalize the details after Director Quay is done with the script. Like I promised, I'm gonna design you a finale that'll leave Lady DuPont in cinema history.
Right. Tippy's gonna leave, and then Moira's gonna enter the scene, and Hypergriff is gonna kill another MILF, and they're gonna get away with it.
Right. I'm looking forward to it. Wait, how long have we been talking about this? Did Molly ever find a way to escape? Ah! What now? That's not good, darling. Wait, there's a voice from the comms.
Catastrophe. Control cabin. Destroyed.
Why is the signal so bad? It sounded like Abner's assistant. What kind of trouble is he getting into now?
The control cabin has been destroyed. The plate is rushing towards the catastrophe. The killer is Moira. Tippy grips the wireless walkie-talkie and turns the volume knob as high as she can, but it stays silent. She must have misheard, she thinks. But if so, why is Miss Rutherford looking at her with such a sullen expression?
No, there's no way. Tippy, I can't imagine anyone would joke about that in these circumstances. But when would she even had the opportunity? The nights when Shelley, Michael, and Marion died, she was watching movies with me the whole time. There wasn't...
She left in between. Was there really no opportunity, Tippy? Tippy doubts her own mind. Was Molly really right next to her the whole time during movie nights?
No. We always watch multiple movies back to back, so sometimes she'd leave when I was switching out the tape. Sometimes she'd say Miss Stone was looking for her. Sometimes it was to pick up something she forgot on the film set. I'm sure you know how she's like, ma'am. She's so new to being a prop master and under like a ton of pressure, and she's super committed to her work. Darling. No, that only explains how she could have done it. It doesn't prove that she did. A motive. Why would she kill all these people she had nothing to do with? Why don't I know anything? Darling, maybe you didn't know that didn't know your friend as well as you thought you did. Let's just focus on the movie, so stop looking away from the screen. Sorry, there's just been so much going on with the film crew lately. I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure. I'm your best friend on this crew. Oh wait, no, that's Tippy. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure. I'm your best friend on this crew. Or maybe she never even thought of me as a friend. Maybe she was just using me.
The Liberty girl's head sinks. She speaks no more. Melanie hugs the little Liberty in front of her. The girl who was consoling her just a few hours ago is now crying on her shoulder. Melanie pats her back. She asks no questions, nor does she say anything about the price of growing up. She only hugs her.
Let's just leave this place first, Tippy. The convoluted structure here will only put us in danger if the plate gets too close to the catastrophe core. We would be safer underground, though that too may be futile if the plate doesn't change direction. Underground?
Over Melanie's shoulders, Tippy spots some of the material they salvaged from the horror film earlier. Underground. The word circles around her brain.
Wait, I got it! What? You've recovered your pep already? No, I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory! There was once a crew that snuck into another Rankwood plate to film secretly to save on rental costs, and they ended up on a super scary movie. I rewatched it recently. That plate and the other one we're standing on both came from the same batch made by Rankwood. So basically the specs should be pretty much the same.
She's using her film knowledge. Wait a minute. She saw the innards of the plate from a movie. You've grown to like Melanie throughout the event. She's mother. But also, she's a MILF, so Hypergriff has their sights on her. They can't keep getting away with killing MILFs and GILFs in this game.
If my hunch is right, there should be another control cabin at the bottom of the engine layer. What are the odds of making it there? To be honest, no idea. But never tell me the odds.
Oh my god. How many movie references are we getting in this event?
But I gotta try.
Never tell me the odds, Chewie!
There's no point mulling over something I can't answer on my own, only when we're out of a crisis. Will I be able to get the truth from her?
Gentle singing. Cheerful whistling.
So this is where you were, Lucian? That was my sister's favorite song. On breaks between shooting, she'd always look to the sky and hum the tune.
I thought you'd already woken up.
I did. Thanks to you, you showed me the truth I was blind to, and how cruel they truly were.
Then what are you doing now? A rumbling comes from beneath their feet. The Rankwood plate rushes towards a catastrophe as the crew panics. No one would think to enter the prop room now, when they should be escaping. We haven't seen Steven and Hisoka in a while now. Where are they? But it is at this very moment the prop master gets to work. She goes around the room fiddling with one mannequin after another, dressing them in clothes, correcting their postures. Her earnest focus is fully on them. I only just remembered how I recognized Laura. You will allow me to guess? You met someone. Yes, a very gentle feline. Oh, Hisoka? The weather was terrible that day. I was sitting on a bench for a long time and there was water in my face. Probably rain, maybe tears. The accident was caused by the negligence of the person in charge, but in the end, I was the one who had to pay compensation and was kicked off the crew. Oh. I didn't know anyone in Rankwood, so I was no stranger to being treated like that. I ran away from home, you know. After my parents died, there was nowhere else to go, so the only thing left for me was death. And that person sat next to me. We didn't talk the entire time. He only gently waited for me to calm down. But when he left, I realized a cassette tape was sitting on my knee. It was a cursed tape. We're getting ringooed. That man brought Laura into my life, at a time when there was only darkness. Wait? She became my sister. She protected me, encouraged me, and helped me pull myself together. Okay. There we go. I was right. She was a stan. She was a stan who deluded herself into believing that she was Laura's sister. Laura was already long dead by then. Her background, experience, and even appearance all resembled yours. The man gave you motivation when you were at your lowest. Gave you motivation? As well as anger, fusion, and deep-rooted thirst for vengeance. No doubt there was no better than before. That was no better than before. What was that grief I saw flash through your eyes? Or pity? No, it's not that either. More like understanding, sympathy. Did something similar happen to you? Do you know him? Well, it's a long story, which you could try to put together in IS-2. Of course. He's an expert at grafting non-existent joy and anger onto your life, much like how an unscrupulous director adds extra elements as he pleases to a story he deems dull. She was just a random puppet. A random girl fired from a Rankwood set at her lowest, and she was given a new sense in life by the worst person possible. Here, have this tape. You're gonna get obsessed about this woman and you're gonna start believing she's your sister. And probably orchestrate a murder plot 5 years in the making. Oh, I suppose you would call it ad-libbing in the film industry. He pulls you from one pit of despair while guiding you into another, thus inciting the so-called beauty of drama. He's an old acquaintance, my teacher, the source of all my suffering, and a phantom that should be long dead. Finding you, finding him, is the very reason I came here. Moira, I'm sorry for denying all that you have. No, it's not like that. Moira finishes arranging her last mannequin and returns to the center of the prop room. She does a curtsy in Lucian's direction and lightly taps her fingertips. Lucian then realizes she has changed and looks over to see that every mannequin has come alive. I don't think you've denied me. In my worst hour, Laura appeared by my side,
and had accompanied me for a long time now. She's my sister, and I'm hers. I don't regret avenging her. I don't regret shouldering all these sins. I will be the last person in this land to remember her. I cry, I laugh, I rage, I hate, I grieve, I yearn. And thus I have them, these intense feelings I would never have had otherwise. I am alive.
The mannequins begin to move. Lucian recognizes who they were modeled after. The deceased Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marion, and Moira herself. Moira stretches out her hand and holds her mannequins' hands one by one as they move past her. No music except the trembling ground accompanies their movements, but the tiny Zalek prop master seems to have become the most passionate dancer on the land as she embraces her myriad. Strange, yet elegant.
I should be thanking you, Lucian. You helped me realize it. When there was nothing left of Moira anymore, I felt as if I became a mirror, and that I could become anyone.
Wake up. The satisfaction born from despair is nothing but poison.
I've never been more awake in my life. Would you also like to become my dance partner? Just like them?
As Moira finishes speaking, her dance partners throw themselves at Lucian.
Cinema. Kino. Cine.
Meanwhile, the subplot with Tippy and Her Grace.
Chill, Tippy. Chill. Deep breaths. Remember how the plot went in that movie? The heroine had her friend pick up a weapon and hide a storage room in the left, while she herself ran the other way. Storage room. Alright, the route matches up. Down we go. It's kinda dark here. Well, dark is good. There should be a hidden door around this corner. Straight ahead, and at the end of the corridors, there should be a backup control cabin. She knew all the mannequins chasing down the squad where her friends work. The whole squad pointed their fingers at her friend, and she was mad too. Gotta get moving.
What are you doing here, Tippy?
I figured how to change the plate's trajectory. We can avoid any more casualties, so let me through ASAP.
There's a way out of this?
Don't listen to her lies. Isn't she the culprit's best friend? She could have been covering up for her this whole time. How else could we have missed all this happening right under our noses, right up until we're about to die? She tries not to think about her friend's betrayal, even though she still has things to say. She ignores the crowd mocking her. They're only attacking her to protect themselves.
It was you, the one always hiding in the back. First you interrupt the shooting, now you're preventing us from going home.
She wants to save everyone, including her friend. She wants answers.
Stop her! Don't let her through! Ah, my eyes!
Tippy grabs a spray gun from her belt and glares at the fearsome weapon-wielding crew.
You leave me no other choice.
Are you guys afraid of one girl? Get her!
The murders, the catastrophe, the film crew was already on edge from having to hide in the engine layer, so the spray painter's behavior only rouses their pent-up anger. Their self-defense weapons scrape the floor as everyone rushes towards Tippy. Her hands are trembling. There's no way she could take all of them alone, and she prays the hover unit on her back will work. Her final trump card.
The lady! Miss Christine!
To the rescue! A black creature shows up at the corner of the corridor. She's here for a snack. to feed on the emotions. It is as if the noise drew her here, but also as if she is merely passing by. No one notices her as they rush by, their heads filled with all sorts of extreme emotions. Miss Christine takes a sniff, and the rushing crowd slows down in her eyes until they freeze in place. Anger. Oh.
Anger. Extremely spicy, but without a little sour envy to balance it out. It tastes a bit off. Panic. Bitter and hard to keep down, but a little dash of sweet comfort will turn it into a nice dessert. Grief. A salty mix of tears and sighs that bring unnecessary trouble if too much is added, must be carefully paired with other flavors. Pain. The most complex and ever-changing emotion. It used to be my favorite, but after meeting Lucian, the pain of ordinary people is almost flavorless to me. Well, there's another one over there. She seems to be that little Zalak's friend. At first I only took notice of that girl who seemed so similar to Lucian, the lead actress that man chose for his latest play. Yet I didn't expect your ties to make you even tastier than her.
Miss Christine shakes her tails, her eyes moving between shadows and the ground until they lock onto Tippy's silhouette. The lady's twin tails twist into strange shapes, as if the woman is wiping her knife and fork before diving into a meal. Licks paws after a meal.
I ought to gift you a small reward.
The lady glances at the crowd rushing towards the library. A little exercise and aid digestion after her meal, she thinks. Why am I here?
The catastrophe's about to hit us, so we came down here to hide from it, but what's with this wrench in my hand?
Weapons fall from their hands in succession, as the resulting harsh clangs wake even more from their delirium. They exchange looks of confusion, not knowing why they were all holding weapons, though they do know that they should leave. Meow.
Miss Christine? What are you doing here? How come they're leaving? When they were rushing towards me, I suddenly felt my whole body go cold and lots of different feelings woke up in me at the same time. Like they were fighting. Then a breeze blew by. I heard the weapons drop and my body thawed out too. Like some kind of irresistible force pulled something out of me.
Miss Christine tilts her head. She taps her tails twice on the floor, successfully attracting the girl's attention, then points in a direction. They are right in front of the control cabin. She saved the day. Everyone say thank you to the lady. Thank you, Miss Christine.
This place is older than I thought it'd be. Wow, the devices here are all previous gen stuff. That's good news for us since they're all sealed off to prevent dust and corrosion and there's no smart locks on anything. Even I'd find it pretty tough to hack on the spot. Let me see. Storm's moving faster than the plate, so just reversing's a no-go. Turning's the best way out. Trying to change direction when the plate's already so close to the catastrophe. No, I can't worry about that. Where's the backup navigational system? Here it is. First open the lock. Great, I'm in.
We're in, Hackermans.
Then
Tippy takes a deep breath and hopes she remembers the steps right.
Pull the lever all the way down.
Bang! Tippy is thrown against the wall by a huge force. The entire engine layer shakes, with all sorts of strange mechanical noises ringing throughout the tiny space. That was the plate's waist jerking around, with every segment of the threads below now trying to respond to the change. The steel giant under her feet is now fighting its own immense unstoppable inertia by steering sideways, trying to avoid the storm right up ahead. Tippy feels her teeth ache. She does not know if it will manage to turn in time or how long it will take. All she could do is pray.
Even a little shift will do. We'll have a tiny chance as long as we don't hit the storm's core. It has to work. It has to work! I have to see her one more time.
Miss Christine shakes her tails, jumping in front of the little library to smell the changes in her mood. A brief relief after achieving her goal, along with confusion and pain from a friend's betrayal. But why is there also a hint of suppressed madness? No, that smell does not belong to the girl. Wait, hold up. Are we gonna pit Tippy with Hisoka? Miss Christine jerks her head up, looking towards a place she cannot see. A companion who has been with her the whole time. Lucien feels sympathy towards the other person, which means he is currently experiencing twice the pain. Miss Christine... Oh! She senses Moira going mad upstairs. Miss Christine is somewhat displeased. She cannot help but recall the night when the Crimson Troop was destroyed, as Lucien sang under the name Blood Diamond. It is no good omen. Just checking.
How are you so calm, Lucien? Are you disappointed? Unmoved by what I've done?
A mannequin bounces on him. While it is an inanimate object, Lucien feels a strong depressive aura that suddenly turns into elation and ecstasy. As Lucien touches the mannequin, the emotions turn into energy, forcing him backwards. Dalton. There's no doubt, these are the feelings Dalton had right before his final rehearsal.
Why don't you fight back? Do you have that little interest in me, babe? But ever since you played the part of the messenger and spoke those lines about fate, I haven't been able to take my eyes off you.
Michael. The mannequin passes on Moira's emotions and she turns into Michael. The excessive yet artificial man who always wore his heart on his sleeve.
What kind of emotions are you hiding inside yourself? You let me feel fear and danger. So much danger.
Shelley, in the final moments of her life, words are hard. The neurotic coordinator was completely wrecked by her own fear. Turning emotions into tangible energy, and any object that passes through your hands becomes a medium to release it. So these are your origin marks. You can see why he chose you, why he led you to become what you are now. Ah, everything is all according to Keikaku. All is explained. A prop master, strings, puppets, all images born for the stage. When you forget yourself, a person becomes a play. A puppet master puppeteering a puppet master. Kino.
Come, join in our performance, Lucien. If you're right, and that man roused my abilities, then as a student, you will make the best dance partner.
Moira laughs and cries loudly. 1,000 expressions flash across her face, filling the prop room with a suffocating energy. There is nowhere for Lucien to run. Fine.
What?
Moira, I will sing for you as you wish. The Blood Diamond song is a kind of misfortune for both himself and the audience. It will rip my throat apart, sending pain straight through your ears, and you will either die or spend the rest of your life with its melody reverberating in your mind. If you willingly ignore the truth in your hands, if you're satisfied by such falsehoods, you can only approach him by destroying yourself. Then allow me to relieve your pain and enter the stage once more. I sort of forgot that Phantom had vocal arts powers. Just like our boy. Just like our lad logos. Moira hears a song. The emotions within flood into her, overwhelming even the song itself. She does not understand what Lucien is singing about. She only feels joy, fear, doubt, rage, hatred, and sorrow. 100 times stronger than her own. Before she's completely washed away by the emotions, she cannot help but think. What sort of experiences must one go through to understand such revelations? Or was he simply forced to learn it within the despair of having nothing at all? A simple mind boom. That's it. She got her mind boomed. A flood of emotions overwhelming her. Where are we? Flashback? Trope leader. White Flower is still waiting for us for the curtain call. Oh, why have we come here? This is just a river. There's nothing here at this time of night.
I'm afraid White Flower will be upset by tonight's sparse audience. For this river here is the final stage. Tell them, playwright, what does the revised ending look like? Magician's assistant, the lucky audience member who both died on stage, are stuffed into prop boxes and thrown into the river. Once the dust settles, they will wake up and emerge from the river under the stars. They use their story deaths to distance themselves from the prison of nightmares.
That's Blood Diamond and Abyss? Wait, didn't they return to the castle already? Why would they be here? Are they running away?
Seems our travel plans have been interrupted, Abyss. But how? The magician's assistant and lucky audience member came back to life. Now this is true magic. With this crowd looking on, it would seem he's a fan of this new improvised ending. Let's go back. He's waiting for us. Go back? We can still run, Lucien. Come with me. The river's wide enough, and he's far enough away. You choose to flee now. We'll let you go. Fear will seep into your bones and will torment you for the rest of your life. I'll go back to him, learn all his skills, uncover all his secrets, and then destroy it all. For such is my wretched fate. Fate? You sure it's not just proof that you've become entranced with the troupe? With him? Once more? This is the pain and despair he's given me. Then I will become his fate. Somehow you always understand his twisted aesthetics. Yet you never listened to me. Or maybe you never wanted to escape. You've spent far too long trapped in this nightmare. Fine then. I hope the Crimson Troop's Blood Diamond will grant a former friend one last favor. Don't chase me. Don't come after me.
What is this tragic yaoi? Doomed yaoi in my Arknights? They're not doomed. They became co-workers. Maybe that's the real tragedy.
Let us part here, friend. We will meet again once this all falls to ruin.
Hello, Miss Christine. You travel fast. At some point, the black creature appears inside the prop room, nimbly avoiding Moira's body as she goes over to Lucien. With his knees bent halfway and surrounded by mannequin parts scattered all over the ground, for once Lucien doesn't perform the gesture of a proper gentleman's salute to her. The lady is even more displeased by his actions. She's displeased. You haven't sung in a long time, Lucien.
Apologies, Miss Christine. Did you hurry here as soon as you could?
What a terrible scent. This Zalek compelled you to use your arts, as well as the skills you were so determined to abandon. You do know what sort of situation you've put yourself into, yes?
Chaotic.
Wait. Chaotic, disorderly, uncontrollable, like a ball of unruly yarn I've yet to sort out.
And you wish to face him, even end him as you are now?
That is why I've come here, Miss Christine. When I stood from the river as Shalem continued to sink below, my mind was already made. This is the performance I've repeated the most. I cannot refuse, nor do I want to. Not until the true end comes.
Fine. Perhaps you will become a monster. Listen, Lucian.
Ooh. Lucian stays still and does not look up. The lady sighs and her azure eyes light up like never before. She shakes her tails and her body splits into two identical figures. One walks into Lucian's shadow, while the other one remains sitting before him, staring. Both Miss Christine speak in a staggered pattern, like a strange duet. This way she ensures Lucian will hear every word she says.
To be honest, I much prefer Phantom. It implies nothing good, but it is a name you came up with yourself. Humans are so troublesome. Sometimes I miss the cafe where we met. Your emotions were much more complex and slovenly than they are now. But still far better than today. The bitterness of your obsession is making me want to sneeze. Go, meet him if you must. If you turn into a madman, I will devour all your emotions, no matter how hard they may be to swallow. If you cease to exist, I will haunt him and figure out a way to make his life miserable. After all, he can't do a thing to me. Break a leg, Phantom.
Wow.
Meanwhile, up top.
Hurry! Hurry! Let me into the underground passage! Hey, did the storm blast your eyes blind? You have any idea how long I've been in this queue? Why I oughta teach you a lesson?
No pushing or shoving, people. The passage can only fit two at a time, so don't clog up the entrance and leave space for those behind you. There's still time to get everyone in. Miss Stone, the place's western paths and outer guardrails have been destroyed by the storm. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out for long, even in the engine layer. I sent people to move supplies in, if we could survive this calamity. No, I'm sure we'll make it through.
Miss Rutherford, you should hurry inside. The storm will tear your dress to shreds.
So this is the wind she felt.
Huh? What do you say?
Nothing.
Did you go looking for a tip to discuss the backdrop earlier? Where is she?
She seemed to have figured out something and took off. I couldn't catch up to her. And we're supposed to be the adults? In the face of a catastrophe, not one of us is as cool-headed and as brave as her.
Because she doesn't know what fear is yet. Only by experiencing it, hoping through it, and getting crushed by it, will she understand just how idealistic it is to keep going.
Is that not the difficulty and charm of film production itself?
Don't tell me you want to finish shooting this damn movie even now.
Wait. What is she up to?
Miss Stone, the supplies are all underground now, and most of the crew too.
Wait. What is she up to? Also, where's Steven?
Thank you, Houghton. You should hurry down yourself. Is there anything else? I asked around and no one's seen the director ever since we started approaching the storm. The stagehand in charge of the west side told me earlier that the catastrophe destroyed not just the guardrails, but some buildings too. That's where Steven's studio is.
Speaking of which... One lone cuck chair sits amidst the catastrophe. The storm showers originium dust all over the exquisite dream-creating backdrops. In an instant, only the blackened skeletons of a dozen set remains, slanted support scattered all over the plate, like a cage crushed into pieces. Lucian pays closer attention to the wind, and it brings more voices. Shouts and sobs, scolding and cursing, sincere prayers and subconscious wailing. The hands of fate in the place
and the play staged by nature will not allow everyone time to take their positions. Lucien walks into the ruins. He sees a figure that absolutely could not have showed up right here, right now. Oh! The catastrophe shows no respect for the dreams created by man, and the storm has removed Lady DuPont's manor from the scene, leaving only a grand staircase in its wake. Thick clouds lie low, but stage lights still shine onto the steps from afar, turning the ruins into a stage. A middle-aged man slowly walks up the stairs. What did I say? What did I say about Dalton, chat? They wheeled off that motherfucker too fast after he was quote-unquote killed. I called this from day one, baby! Dalton's alive! Also, Phantom wouldn't be killing people in broad daylight. That was the biggest inconsistency throughout this entire event. Why would he? We faked the death? He tugs on a curtain torn apart by the storm, trying to restore its neatness and beauty. Finally, his efforts pay off as the dirt and dust fall off the cloth, revealing its original shade of red. He grips a bottle in his hand as usual, but is not at all a listless drunkard. He checks the stage right before the show begins. There is no one more dedicated to the work than him. Your habits haven't changed. Do you require assistance? Dalton, question mark? Hold up. Why are we doing the question mark thing right here and right now? Wait a minute. Is this not Dalton? Is it Hisoka? Troop Master?
It's almost time, Lucien. You came at a perfect moment. I know. Not surprised? Should I be? Of course you wouldn't. There is no way for a character who has bowed out with a real death to return to the stage.
Alright, fine. Dalton is dead. Fine.
This is your play, where all sorts of miracles occur. This is where the show begins and where it should end as well. Playwright might remark on how ingeniously this play has been handled, or perhaps he would muse on how perfect it all is. Because once you push aside all the theatricality, this is what I look like when officially collaborating with you again, after so many years apart. How is Abyss doing? Ah, my apologies. You're more inclined to call him Shalem, I believe. Traveling, gathering inspiration, disaster relief. In short, he won't be showing up here. Of course, the Crimson Troop has long ceased to exist, and I'm glad to see that both of you walk out of its haze. A new role, a new life, a new home. I see the company known as Rhodes Island has provided you many a revelation. But you, why have you come here, child? Should I not have? No. You are the most important individual now, as the curtains are about to fall on this new play. I'm already set on stage after all. Of course. The marvelous scene we saw at the opening of this show was all thanks to you and him. Dalton personally handed you the weapon that would kill him. His death raised the curtains on this story. You witnessed it all through his eyes. Lucien, surely you felt something was off the moment you held the knife. While I was relieved to confirm it, I'm also curious. Why exactly did you swing the blade with zero hesitation? Once an actor takes the stage, anything unexpected must become a part of the performance. Your lessons have been engraved into my mind and nothing more. Troop leader.
Wait, so it was an accident? You mean to tell me Lucian was literally just method acting when he swung the blade? The death wasn't on purpose? It was really just an accident? Which was kind of puppeteered by Troop Master and Moira by replacing the knife. Bro, Lucian method acted his way to the first death. Also, my mans is here. Give us the big reveal.
Long time no see, Lucian.
Long time. Been a while. That was after, right? Just making sure. Yep. AD-8, take a bow. Lucian, my blood diamond, my child. Take the stage with me. Bow for the curtain call and let us live a new life together. Nah, dog. I think you groomed him enough. The Crimson Troop is gone. I think he can live his own life.
My deepest apologies for ruining the play. If you're referring to how you dealt with that Moira girl, then you owe me no apologies, Lucian. With your intellect, I can only assume you've figured out the original ending of the story.
Where's Steven? Where did you take him?
An old case from 5 years ago, and a catastrophe that arrives right on cue. Both the storm and the delayed judgment rain down on this plate. The Zalek, who once stood outside the story, slowly walks to the center of stage and kills all those burdened with sin. Later, she comes to realize that everything she's done was driven by delusion. She awakens, hollowed out, broken, and judges the last remaining soul,
which is Steven. Oh, and also technically, our mother. The mother! At least she has to make it out alive, right?
Later, she comes to realize that everything she's done has been driven by delusion. She awakens, hollowed out, the last remaining soul herself.
Oh, she was judging herself.
And you? In the script, you are the messenger who happens to pass through, the insignificant newcomer to the cast. You are so far removed from the core conflict, yet in the end, you become one who ties all the threads together. The more unexpected the coincidence, the more shocking it is when the inevitable unfolds. That is the allure of drama, something you and I have experienced countless of times. So you haven't ruined the thing. You've merely added to the performance, just like what you've done with the troop. I've suffered all manner of tragedy in my quest to find you.
Naturally.
The troop's mark at the auction was insufficient proof of my existence, I suppose. Thankfully. After all these years, death, or rather destruction, remains the plot device you wield so well, the ending you so cherish. Child, oh child, how I wish you could appreciate its beauty. Do I? I wouldn't say I appreciate it, and I'm very familiar with it. I acted in so many plays, I've killed so many people, my hands are drenched with blood. This is the education and training I received in my childhood, the life you instilled in me. You are my best student, Lucian. Before the climactic finale arrives, let us review the performance so far. You and I know this routine all too well.
The troop leader smiles and bows towards Lucian, his scepter wrapped by his tail, points towards the approaching catastrophe clouds like a pen dipped in ink. A familiar scene unfolds before Lucian's eyes. He knows he can't refuse. No, this is what he came for. Lucian gives a slight nod. First, we have Dalton. Originally, this middle-aged actor, who resembled nothing more than a walking corpse, didn't feel this scene was all that significant. He offered up what little lucidity he could muster, summoned the last dregs of his acting instincts, recited his few remaining lines, and held out until the director called cut, all to earn just enough for another night of drinking. He has never mourned the actress who died because of him, nor rescinded about his past. He was not even ashamed of his current sorry state. You manipulated him. Indeed. Without my intervention, he would have never taken it upon himself to retrieve the swapped knife and deliver it to you. But I never commanded him to put it up to his chest. By the time you were acting opposite to him, he had already been fully awake, fully aware of the danger he was in. Lucian, your talent shines just as brightly in film as it did on stage. Your performance awakened his memories, reminding him of how great an actor he once was, of a time he was once immersed in his roles, expressing real emotions, joy, sorrow, fury, and mirth. In that moment, the messenger slipped fully into character, while the looming threat of financial ruin warped Sir DuPont's thoughts. He had to cover up the truth. He had to do whatever it took to kill the person before him, without passing to think that his own blade might be turned on him. You were right there with him. You knew better than anyone else just how intense his fear and anger were in that moment. As a farewell performance, it was nearly perfect. Indeed! Death's imminent approach did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited his competitive fire, which had long been dulled by drink. He performed with unrestrained zeal. It was exhilarating. Then, there was Michael and Marion. The philandering actor and the shrewd costume designer were found hanging above their own set. Their farcical romance laid bare for all to see. Their union was both shameful and absurd. A mess of indulgent desire, scheming ambition, mutual disdain, and mutual exploitation. It still should have been me. There wasn't a trace of anything real about them, inside or out. That Michael, even his ears and tail, were fake. Their deaths served no purpose, save for giving the camera assistant a juicy bit of gossip to peddle. But you, Lucian, you were at every scene. Even the cat could taste the lingering emotions left behind. When Moira knocked on that door, when the footsteps of death drew near, in that fleeting moment, where there was no time to think, I'm sure you know what each of them did. Tear stains. What a fascinating detail. Tear stains lingered in the corner of his eyes. None of the three Rockefeller brothers have ever shown Lady DuPont such heartfelt emotion. Oh wait, no, that's Lucian. Ugh! Just gonna stretch. That fireman's axe was originally meant for Marion. Yet Michael shielded her from harm, exposing himself to the blade instead. The last moments of their lives, that man and woman, who up to that point had been attacking each other, instinctively protecting each other. They confirmed their true feelings for one another, although this, by itself, is not worthy of praise. You're correct, my child. However, the audience had already taken their seats. Why did they expect to see this illusion of light and sound? Ultimately, the schemers will end up with nothing, while the hedonists are devoured by their own desires, yes? Naturally. It's the neatest kind of story, just an excuse to trot out well-worn platitudes. They would never imagine that a flawed, unworthy love could still be real, and still turn heads. Just as those two never imagined there would be a moment where they grew feelings for each other. Made possible by death. Made possible by death. And then, of course, there was Moira, the one I had highest hopes for before you showed up. Moira rebuilt her faith through another's death. Every detail about Laura was etched into her mind. Her name, her eating habits, her unmistakable smile. Her extraordinary life, her violent end, and the killers who hadn't been brought to justice. Grief, anger, doubt, hatred. Every emotion that rose within her set fire to a buried past and to herself. She directed her entire her performance. Why do you insist on downplaying your role in all of this? It was you who inserted that ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist into her mind, bringing Laura into her life. Yes, and what of it?
Bro created a stan. Bro gaslight girl bossed his way to a performance to his liking. He orchestrated a 5-year murder plan. He found the motivations, he found the victims, and all he needed was a murderer. And he just found her at her lowest after getting fired from a Rankwood set. He's like, oh, this little diva needs a little push. Let's give her a tape to get obsessed over. Let's show her the beauty and wonders of this actress named Laura. It's going to be an interesting play. Watching a murder play out 5 years in the making. He's just that dedicated. 5 years to set up this whole ass murder plan. Just to entertain himself.
Yes, and what of it? Look at her. She is dancing. You were her dance partner back then. You must have felt it. She isn't like the other children from the Crimson Troop, who was receiving White Flowers training since they were young. But when you look at her dancing, her physique, her tears, her smile, she's acting out a version of her life, or perhaps crafting a kind of truth, or perhaps she no longer has any constraints and can be whoever she wants to be. She will dance through countless people's lives, dithyramb unending, until her mind and body can no longer bear the weight of these emotions. Or maybe she will finally encounter you, or some other fool seeking the truth, and one night finally awaken from the dream and end her own life. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul will be enriched and fulfilled. Regardless of her ultimate fate, she is no longer just a nameless prop maker from the frontier, no longer a Zalek with nothing and no one to hold on to. You're as talkative as ever, troop leader. You're a yapper. It's been a long time since you've spoken about someone with such passion. Not since you, Lucian. I don't deny I've exerted my influence on Moira. I've encouraged her, just as I've encouraged you. My child, have you forgotten? If not for your thirst to perform, you would have died long ago. When that catastrophe drove you from your home, when you lost your parents, when you found yourself adrift in the towering castle amid strangers, you said, only when I'm in character, on stage, that's the only time my loneliness disappears. The only time I feel like I belong. You clung to that feeling, and it kept you alive. You and Moira, you're both natural-born actors. You both create sorrow and joy from nothing, and use those emotions to survive. No one can ignore your brilliance. And for both of you, my two children, death shall be your teacher.
Do you still remember when you hit that wall in your development? When you could no longer draw inspiration from anything, and were unable to draw power to power your performance? That was when you thrust that originium into your throat without hesitation. Then you felt the grip of death, of your inescapable fate. It gave you fear, jealousy, sorrow, anger, shame, and greed. Emotions once foreign to you, and after witnessing all those things, your heart has become a mirror. It fueled your desire to dismantle authority, your thirst for destruction. It gave you an endless night and a song that never ceases. It turned the unassuming Lucian into the gleaming Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond, the eternal moniker. Think of Dalton, child. Think of Michael and Marion. Think of Laura and Moira. Look at all these souls still struggling through the catastrophe. And look at yourself. You're right. Death is still the device I wield best, and the ending I've always favored. But I do not see death as destruction. It drives the mighty to disgrace themselves, the devoted to break their commandments, the pure to sink into filth, and the heroic to commit treachery. It gives strength to the dejected, compels the silent to shout out their ideals, draws real emotions from the self-absorbed, and frees the timid from their inhibitions. It shows climbers the next foothold, and gives the far-sighted courage to leap. It turns self-proclaimed beacons into a real thing.
Motherfucker's a yapper! I'm losing breath going through this entire monologue. I need a sip of water. I'm losing breath, dog. Now I'm choking. Hold up. Break time. I've returned! I've refilled my water. Also, I'm not choking anymore. I have returned! With water! Also, I'm not choking anymore. He's just being dramatic? This motherfucker's a diva. No wonder he's the troop leader. It shows the climbers the next foothold and gives the far-sighted courage to leap. It turns self-proclaimed beacons into the real thing. He's still going on and on, he's a fucking yapper.
It sows meaning and waters flaws. It cultivates truth and fertilizes falsehoods. It turns dying flesh into blooming flowers, and engraves what would fade without a trace. It is agony without relief, and overflowing inspiration. It is drama's cause and consequence, its flesh and its soul, the great force behind creation, the law and tether that binds every ideology, every style, every exploration. It is the appointed end, where all things return to dust.
Say that again. The troop leader turns to Lucian. The same smile still lingering on his lips. The wind and sand howl around them, but he remains unfazed.
Child, death is our chance to unite. Reunite. What a shame. Quite a monologue, yet such little applause. Because I'm the only one standing across from you, and the only one who ever could.
Noise sounds from all directions, and Lucian listens intently. The catastrophe rages. Miss Christine lets out a low howl, something she would normally never do. Their newly acquainted companions scatter in panic, crying out for help in vain. As the troop leader said, death is unfolding on stage. What began with a few intense scenes has now taken over the entire production. You say death is our chance to reunite. I completely agree. So I won't waste this opportunity. If I may, I'd like to share a few thoughts of my own, now that you've finished your analysis. After all, both you and I know this routine by heart. The storm snaps off a part of the scaffold, sending a shower of sparks. A nearby rug catches fire and the flames leap dangerously close to Lucian's side. But he does not flinch. He stares intently at the person standing before him and removes his hat. All this time, ever since you reappeared, you haven't even mentioned the many times I've betrayed you. Why? Because that is unimportant. Because you are still you, child. Getting lost in madness, then returning to clarity, leaving only to return later. After all the trials and tribulations, a hard-won reunion is all more precious. In the end, time can forgive all grievances. Is that so? I used to think the Crimson Troop was your quill, your canvas, and your trap. I thought that in this chaotic world, your audiences sought solace in your performances. I thought you were omnipresent and that no one could escape your grasp. Which is why the plan that I and Shalem and the playwright came up with failed. Back then I was young, naive, full of pride. We believed we had seen the truth for what it really was. But our carefully planned escape turned out to be just another act in your grand play. In the end, Shalem fled from you in fear, while I came to you. You returned to my side. That was the moment you decided to learn all of my techniques. You resolved to learn everything you could about the troop, even then use that information to destroy it. Your plan was to use death to stop death, to use destruction to stop destruction. White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, the teachers you once learned from are all died by your hands. Aren't these? Wait up, hold up. War flashbacks are coming back to me, all at once. Aren't these the mini-bosses in IS-2? Wait. Hidden memories I never knew I had, suddenly unlocking? Aren't these the mini-bosses in IS-2? I recognize them now. As did I. I remember my voice, wild and crackling with rage, and the sudden warmth that surged from your chest the moment the blade went in. I thought I had destroyed the Crimson Troop for good. And despite all that, I still failed. You didn't die. Because death is ever present, and drama is eternal. Eternal, yes. But after that, I devoted even more time to studying all your greatest works, including myself. I wore down your eternity, as any slow-witted disciple might. And at last, I've arrived, once more stepping into your proud creation. A theater of death, of tragedy, of art. Now at last, the catastrophe has finished setting our final stage. Troop leader, my dear teacher, or perhaps I should call you Tragedia. I'm going to destroy everything that is yours. Lucian unfastens the inhibitor on his throat.
The exposed Originium crystals gleam as if already rejoicing at the song to come. He offers the troop leader a deep bow as the clouds behind him come crashing down.
Kino, cinema, cine. I love this event. It's so extra. There are relics in IS-2, but the characters show up in the manga. They're already dead in IS-2? I see. The flickering lights in the ancient castle, the bloodied corpses of the teachers, the hollowed wind in the darkness, forgetting all that was not difficult. Until one day, when Lucien, who was by this time become an assassin, had a dream. No shot. He's still in the old castle, still in that empty hall, sitting alone, singing under the lights, with all the former members of his troop standing behind him, as alive as ever. Child, we cannot truly erase our past. There will always be traces of them. Do you think I'm scared? No, I've simply finally confirmed that I've yet to fully tear out the ad-libbing you inserted into my life. In other words, you are still here. But you're correct. We cannot truly erase our past, and there will always be traces of them. So to bring your story to an end, I've been walking the same path you did for all this time. I traveled across the entire land. Calais was a Gaulish border city. When all the allied nations suddenly turned on them, Calais was thrown under siege, yet thanks to its powerful cannons, and the general hailed as the imperial standard bearer, Calais held fast for months. The general stood atop the wall, refusing sleep, refusing rest, refusing to give ground. With their banners still flying high, even the wariest soldiers held the line. Until the unthinkable happened. The general's most trusted lieutenant opened the gates, a clear act of betrayal. The Emperor of Gaul had given up on Calais, as by then its fate was sealed. The imperial standard bearer had refused to surrender out of honor, and the trusted lieutenant believed he ought to stand by his general. After all, they had already braved so many life and death situations together over the decades. But he knew that holding the line would only lead to more bloodshed. That city was doomed to become a graveyard. Perhaps that battle-worn soldier simply realized that although there was no perfect choice, there was a way that would allow him to atone for his sins. He persuaded the general, who had long since become exhausted, to take a 10-minute break. Then he seized the opportunity to open the gate. Before the allied forces could enter the city, he drove his sword through his own heart. That traitor ended up being the most tragic casualty of the war. But that is ancient history now, Lucien. So ancient, many of the details have long been lost to the river of time. Victoria, Lithuania. I spent months traveling between more than a dozen cities across different nations, and at last, I found an aging vanguard on the brink of death. The vanguard had seen the towering flames of Calais with his own eyes. He had found the badge of the traitor's corpse. Two faces. Whoops. I hit the mic. Turned away from each other, one smiling, the other weeping. We all know what that symbolizes, dear teacher. Then I suppose you made other discoveries as well. Laterano? Even earlier in Laterano. Over 200 years ago, brilliant cardinal was struck down by Arknights in the plaza in front of the basilica. He was intelligent and compassionate, known as the Santa closest to the Lord. At just 30 years old, he was already widely regarded
as the Pope's heir apparent. But then he changed. He grew radical, unyielding, unwieldy. He started preaching, rallying followers and reaching out to foreign envoys, all in an attempt to check the Pope's authority. Until the situation deteriorated into a religious coup that threatened the entire city-state. The Pope was critically wounded, the gun knights deployed. The would-be usurper became the only cardinal in the history of Laterano to die during a coup. No one knows what exactly happened to him. At one point, in one of the Ecclesia Requitem, he had a chance encounter with a passing feline. But of course, this is hardly a lead worth chasing.
We're just running through history of the troop leader, of all of the troop leader's exploits. Just setting up tragedy after tragedy.
It must have taken some effort for you to uncover all of this. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. I merely offered that Sancta a bit of truth. He was already terminally ill, you know.
Just like the truth that you offered to Moira?
Unlike that incompetent Pope, who knew only how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds. But with limited time, he might have been able to put his ideals into practice, to hear the church bells ring in the new era.
Tragedia, one of the long-lived ancients.
But in truth, the moment the cardinal struck down the Pope, he came to his senses. He realized that death had never caught up with him after all. His sudden clarity only plunged him deeper into madness. Faced with the ruin that he wrought, did he choose to walk willingly into the gun knight's sights? A microcosm of political tragedy, from which many of the troops' plays took root. Quite a pity, isn't it?
Meanwhile, no shot. Hold up. Iberia?
Iberia was during the Golden Age. The lighthouses lit up an approaching ship, only for people to discover it carried nothing but whispering winds from the ocean depths. Ticket stubs stamped with the image of the twin faces were scattered across the deck, and they drifted along the ship in silence. The lost sailors sing. Sight a young fowl to pick the fruit of pain. Amidst the spires of Lithanian, ancient arts recorded the nobles' laments, desperate cries.
Exile an infant to arrive at joyful death.
An encampment covered in thick snow. Weeds walk their own path.
Even in Sargon, apparently.
The city in the depths of the sands. Through tears, falsehoods, and riddles, he leaves a bed of withered flowers.
Flashbang. My eyes!
You are everywhere. I followed the path you once walked. I crossed the lands, encountering all manner of people, unearthing all manner of secrets, until at last, buried in ancient tomes and tangled rumors, I uncovered your name, Tragedia. However, the legendary Tragedia is a god beloved by the people. He wears a crown of grapevines. He's both intoxicated and intoxicating. He bestows joy and grace. He greets the farmers as they bring in their yearly harvest, guiding them from wilderness to civilization, through revelry and celebration. But the true god of wine is a deceitful caster, a performer, an ascetic, a schemer, a firebrand, a phantom drifting through the currents of history.
I just realized. Yeah, this motherfucker is Dionysus. But also Zagreus. Holy fuck, wait a minute.
It's a double entendre. It's a double play on words, dog. It's a double inspiration. Because Dionysus was a god of revels, but also his myth was kind of always mixed up with Zagreus, who was the god of blood. He was the god of blood, baby. Wait a minute. Hypergriff cooking? Son of Hades? Zagreus? Also Dionysus? A long-lived that defies definition. I never thought we would have a Zagreus type character in Arknights. Hypergriff cooked on this one. Your perseverance astonishes me, child. Even more so than the painstaking devotion you once showed in your performances. And yet, when you look back at the path I've taken, shouldn't that be enough to affirm the purpose I've been chasing? As human affairs faded into obscurity, I found and built what I came to see as the ultimate vessel for beauty, the theater. I've lived long enough to see the very concept of theater become obsolete. At last, after tasting both joy and sorrow, I came to understand the precise conditions under which the most fervent emotions bloom. I founded the troupe, through which I've taught this knowledge to you. Oh, really? That contradicts what I've learned through my research. Hasn't death always walked by your side? The grand theory of yours about death and destruction was never the result of hard-won insight. You simply believed in it, saw beauty in it, so did theater. But set aside for the moment the brilliance or depravity of human nature that emerges in times of desperation, and turn to some more fundamental questions. From Laterano to Gaul, from Iberia to Sargon, from the old castle to this catastrophe-stricken land, you've directed so many performances that shook the soul. Motherfucker was low-key involved in the fall of Gaul. Also, Kelsey, but we don't talk about that. We don't mention the great General Kelsey. So why have you allowed them to be lost to history? You don't want them to be remembered. You exalt the irrational and the unpredictable. So why must every story have the same ending? Ruin. Well, what do you think the answer is, child? Tell me. Because it makes everything and everyone unverifiable, both within the theater and beyond. Because it grants you authority, lets you justify yourself, turns your so-called beauty into the only possible resolution. Stephen? Stephen? If you're still alive, say something. Greta? You really did lock yourself in your office. What happened outside? What do you mean Stephen's still alive? I thought he was gonna get killed, but my man's dedicated to the role wouldn't be the killer himself. He is just the director. He would never stand in the spotlight where Moira should be. What happened outside? It's too much to explain right now. In short, the entire plate is on a collision course with the catastrophe. Everyone else is already evacuated to the power deck. Are you alright? Yeah. Something's wrong. The ceiling came down on my leg. I can't move. Ugh. I'll rescue you. Damn it. The broken column has sealed the door shut. It really is heavy. Just wait a moment. Just stay with me. Keep talking. Miss Stone,
Only now do I understand that I'm in the way. I'm in no way, shape, or form a genius. Huh? But that God came to see me. He hasn't abandoned me. He's shown me a new way of thinking. Actually, he's always been teaching me. I like to think I make good use of my characters' deaths, of every desperate situation, to nourish my stories. I did try that, after all, in the death of Lady DuPont. Why else would it be called that? Laura, from 5 years ago, now Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marion. Each of their deaths was steeped in drama, vivid, poignant, all too real. Those fragments are like autumn leaves, crimson as blood, and scattered everywhere. Each one is enough to stain the blank canvas of the mind with vivid color. But still, I can't write an ending that satisfies me. I still haven't figured out what kind of scene Lady DuPont's death ought to be. If death and destruction are the way of the god of theater, if they're the skills a true genius of the stage must master, well, I mean, I've never been able to learn them. I'm just a worthless hack. For the love of Bush!
Oh my god. Hypergriff! At this time, there's a time and place for these buns. How could you be so stupid?
Huh?
Steven, the script auctions are anonymous. You know that, right? Dalton, Abner, everyone in the crew has been shaped by what happened 5 years ago. I brought them together on purpose, but you were the one exception. When I approved the outline for the script, I had no idea it was written by you. I simply felt from the bottom of my heart that the story of Lady DuPont, a woman trapped by her brother's lies and need for control, and tormented by desires of 3 so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. Yo! Hold up! Tragedia's tendrils reach that far back? Because we know that the Crimson Troop's signature was on the script of the death of Lady DuPont. And we're getting the reveal that our man Steven wrote it? Wait. So his god was Tragedia all along? He's been visiting him all along to give him a little push. A little push. Just like he did with Moira. There was a second puppet in this entire scenario. Moira wasn't alone. The second collaborator was unknowingly Steven. Holy shit! Oh, the levels of foreshadowing. Alright. I think this is one of the best written Arknights events so far. The web of intrigue. I simply felt from the bottom of my heart that the story of Lady DuPont, a woman trapped by her brother's lies and need for control, and tormented by the desires of 3 so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. I knew she'd be a great protagonist for an amazing story, whether she lived or died. I never even doubted my own vision. Hey, say something. What are you getting all melodramatic for while I'm out here hauling rocks? So it turns out, I just don't agree with... What are you saying? Saget. Turns out, I just don't agree with the god's methods. There we are. I did it! This place is about to collapse. I'll help you. Come on. Wait, Miss Stone. What now? Greta Hubbs holds Steven steady as they both come to a stop, and he looks to the side. There's a wall. Only half of it is still standing. Faint remnants of vivid graffiti stand out harshly against the grimy, dim surroundings. It is the giant promotional mural Tippy had painted for the crew. By some stroke of luck, the title card remains unscathed amidst all the wind and flying debris. The death of Lady DuPont. Stephen raises a blood-stained arm, and with considerable effort, wipes away the first 3 words. Lady DuPont. She doesn't die. He found his ending. Lady DuPont doesn't die. How could she? She's a strong, independent woman that wanted to escape from her nobility by using 3 brothers that fell in love with her. Why should she die? She's the heroine of the story. He figured out the ending. Lady DuPont doesn't die. Cinema. My God. It's beautiful. Not even the most imaginative set designer in rank would have created a scene like this. Who's to say that ending a film shoot under the shadow of a catastrophe isn't in fact the most fitting conclusion of all? This isn't just a publicity stunt. I'm finding myself more and more impressed by Greta's resolve.
Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the power deck. It's way too dangerous out here. Hey, Melanie, leading lady, where are you going? Have you gone mad?
Uh-oh. Where's she going?
Abner, you of all of you never really believed this leading lady could make a comeback with this film, did you? You don't even think we'll finish filming it? Honestly, I feel the same. I mean, we don't even have the ending figured out yet, and this whole play is about to collapse.
But that doesn't mean you have to die for it, does it?
Hold up. No, let's not kill another MILF. Hypergriff.
We can't keep letting them get away with this.
The catastrophe is closing in. The howling wind is nature's roar, its fury written on across the face of the clouds. But Melanie still walks forward to face it.
Who said I have a death wish? Who says Lady DuPont has a death wish? Who says Lady DuPont is meant to die under her brother's oppression? Felled by the swords of the 3 Rockefellers, at the hands of those onlookers who sought to curse her, humiliate her, drive her out. Must death be a symbol?
I really do feel like this is a response by Hypergriff writers to all of the criticism and complaints that Hypergriff never kills any playable characters. I think this is their response as writers.
She should instead, on a night no one could have foreseen, walk straight into a storm just as wild and chaotic as this one, leaving that prison of a castle behind. She shall not perish, because this storm is the chariot that will lead her to freedom. You must have realized, Abner, that on my journey I've always regarded Marianne as an imaginary enemy, yes?
Yeah?
But I know I'll never catch up to her. She was a true genius, born to inhabit any role she was given. Even fate itself seemed to orchestrate one final catastrophe, just so she could exit this business in a blaze of brilliance. And I'm nobody special. An ordinary woman from a small town who traveled to Rankwood and worked her way up role by role, film by film, for over a decade, gaining experience and recognition. That's why I care so much about seniority, status, etiquette, the aspects of film set culture that many may scoff at, because Because that sort of recognition is the reward I deserve as an ordinary person. This land is quite cruel to ordinary people, Abner. Marianne's retirement gave me the chance to step into the spotlight, but it took only a single slip-up for me to lose everything I've gained along the way. My acting skills have fallen off a cliff, my reputation in shambles. I've tried everything I could think of, but I just couldn't seem to get it back. It's ridiculous. I've never wanted to admit it, but it's true. If Marianne hadn't retired, I'd never have caught up to her. And right at this very moment, this catastrophe is destroying this entire plate, along with my last hope. But couldn't you also say fate is smiling upon me? At least, I finally have the courage to let go of my inhibitions. The courage to... At least, I finally have the courage mustered to take the first leap. Come to me, Lady DuPont. Come to me, Melanie Rutherford, and dance together with the catastrophe. Even if no one is filming us.
Most normal film actress.
What are you still doing here, Abner? Check your camera. You didn't turn it on, did you?
What? What do you mean?
What if I gotten swept away by the storm? What if your camera had accidentally captured my death, just like before? The last thing I want is to belittle your work, to force you to once again resent the tool of your trade. You know, Abner, I've always thought you were dumb.
Hey, what do you know?
That footage you accidentally recorded back then at least stands as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that a girl named Laura wouldn't vanish from this land without a trace. Although I couldn't say it was if that's enough meaning for it to meet your exacting standards.
Friedkin Kubrick, I am an idiot. This dream-making machine was only made in the first place because people wanted more eyes to see the land with. How long can you hold on, Melanie? I hope I don't break this thing. Let's finish filming.
Kino!
Kino!
Dang. Holy shit. I'm gonna take a sip of my water.
Can you see them? Can you hear them? Those still fighting to survive the catastrophe. Nothing ever truly comes from nothing. Not even the most wondrous art. And it is never death that suddenly awakens the lost or steals the timid. They always had it in them. So answer my question, Tragedia. Are you attempting to remind me that death would simply end this story? This performance? That there would be nary a trace left after the curtains fall? That I will have, objectively speaking, escaped any and all scrutiny and criticism of my work? That I am a thin-skinned artiste? You really did find an interesting angle, Lucien. Perhaps what you say is right, but how are you going to change the ending that has already been written? That child, Tippy, really did adjust the path of the mobile plate, using only techniques she learned from watching film reels. But the shift in the trajectory was insufficient. Nearly half the plate remains on a collision course with a storm. Lucien, you faced a catastrophe when you were young. You should know that one of this scale will destroy everything on this plate. Lucien gently strokes the crystal in his throat. I haven't sung since releasing the inhibitor.
Singing. It is Blood Diamond's song. The song that once lit up countless stages before dying out amidst the darkness of that old castle. Today, it echoes once more. The sound passes through the cracks in the ruins, the catastrophe itself,
ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Singing with such total devotion. No. It seems that dreams can also be used as barriers. This is the first time I've ever seen you use your arts in reverse, Lucian. Are you trying to protect everyone with a voice that once brought pain to yourself and disaster to others? Are you trying to face this catastrophe alone? Alone? No. You're here with me. Hold your scepter steady, Tragedia. From the moment I rose from that river and walked by your side, from the moment I returned to the troop and stood by you once again, I had only ever had one motivation. At the climax of every tragedy, there is always a fierce cathartic battle, be it inside a palace, atop a tower, or beneath this ever-shifting sky. Let us finish this drama, where the student kills the teacher. My favorite student, my best actor. Everything is headed for destruction shall serve as your backdrop. I am so glad you can enjoy this moment. Even I can't help but be swept away in it. I've forgotten all other matters. And thus, we dance. But you should know that killing along lived is meaningless. You just told me that I found an interesting angle, but it's not interesting. Far from it. You aren't a thin-skinned artist. You've just been left with no other choice. It is not us who need to die, not the audience, not the common folk, bound by the laws of ordinary reality. It is you, Tragedia. You've walked through history. You've founded the troop. You've created dreams from darkness. You've fed both me and Shaylin with despair. You've drawn in lost souls one after another and lashed actor after actor. You taught us to feel pain, to learn evil, to be stained by blood, to sing of destruction. You taught us to dress for the stage, to wear a mask in life, to believe what you called rebirth. You built the story and drew in the audience. You chose that Lateran Cardinal, that Gaulish General, White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, Dalton, Shelley, Moira. You've chosen a million Lucians with which to bring about death. You exhausted its form, crafted its style, perfected its meaning, because it is all so far away from you. So far away. Long lived. Death is the one shore you will never reach. Director, death is the one performance you will never take in. Tragedia, death is the one art you will never embody. All your aesthetics, your insights, your experiences, everything you pushed us to pursue has done nothing for you in the end. I once thought this brought you joy, but your sorrow has always outweighed your sense of accomplishment. If you yourself are the theater, then your very existence is a paradox. The ending is nigh, isn't it? Do you feel resentful? Or helpless? Do you find this funny or confusing? Or have you simply ignored it? Have you never felt the same pain that I have?
Tragedia is uncharacteristically silent. He's a fucking yapper! His eyes fixated on the face in front of him that is lost in emotion. Lucian shouts loudly. The raging storm does not even distort his voice in the slightest. He sings and chants while the Originium crystals creep visibly along his neck. Does it hurt, child?
Yes, of course it hurts.
If you keep using your arts without restraint, it will kill you, child. Now he got plot armor.
Are you jealous?
Perhaps, but your performance is really moving. Lucian responds to Tragedía with even greater fervor. His surging emotions give him newfound strength, or at least, he seizes the upper hand in the clash. In an instant, he plunges the scepter into Tragedia's torso. Pain is my blade, and at last, I have driven it into the one who caused my pain in the first place. You! The curtain must fall on every performance. Cycles will not help shape our so-called destiny. Child, I've just gained new inspiration. Wait. Is this Miss Christine? This story deserves to be continued. Or was that Tragedía talking? The plate beneath their feet is swaying and shaking. But it is starting to stabilize. People start to poke their heads from the ruins and look at the receding disaster. They can hardly believe the catastrophe they had just experienced. Hundreds of broken masks drop to the ground as Tragedía slowly falls to his feet. Lucian is sure that he has pierced Tragedia's heart, completed his grand murderous drama. However, he also notices a change in himself. Oh. These clothes, this scepter, this crown. Oh! Well, I guess we're finding out what happens when a long-lived dies. It's not exactly what happened with Keshchi. He just moved over to another body. Oh. The drama. The drama must live on. It can never die. Well, there always has to be a god of death, I think. God of death. God of tragedy. Technically, two sides of the same coin. Dionysus and Zagreus. God of blood. Have you given me a new ad-libbing? The silver-white hem of his robe flutters in the wind. Brushed by grains of sand, yet spotless as ever, Lucian silently studies the elegant garment. It is flamboyant and exquisite and fits him perfectly, as if it had been tailored just for him. He could walk into any festival or onto any stage in it, and it would suit him perfectly. It is as if this is a catastrophe's gift to him, his reward for slaying his teacher. The theme of this murder was clearly betrayal, yet at the last moment it became a passing of the torch. Lucian is silent. The fallen Tragedía has disappeared. Where he once lay, there is only blood and his mask. Dark red carpet extends upwards along the steps without end. This is the path he was meant to walk, and is now free of all obstacles. These thoughts spring to Lucian's mind from nowhere. So does that mean Lucian is long-lived now? Or has he only just taken up the mantle of Tragedía? How does it work? So he climbs the stairs without lowering his head and looking back. Oh, wait a minute. I just remembered becoming immortal and long-lived could be given onto people. Because that one old guy from the Victorian saga was given immortality just like the long-lived by the unicorn. I just remembered that. There is a precedent. The unicorn and Tragedía, both ancient long-lived. Just then he hears Tragedia's voice. Lucian, you are the finest actor in the land. You have honed your craft well, and you use your powers of reason to grasp hold of the mask of emotions. You know well my origins, so it should be clear to you that you have not ended me by merely killing me. You shouldn't pin your hopes on a scene that was once performed in an ancient castle. Or is it that you were certain I would think this way, make this choice? It is all so interesting. Maybe you were right. Death is the one shore I will never reach, the one performance I can never take part in, the one art I can never embody. Weeds walk their own path. Through tears, falsehoods, and riddles, he leaves a bed of withered flowers. He writes his epitaph into the stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Death or destruction is the greatest gift you could ever give to your teacher. But have you considered what you now reject, and what I've left behind is only one of theater's countless possibilities, one of the many ways beauty can be defined. And therefore, that what you've just killed was but one of my thousands of existences?
Oh. Right. Okay. Not fully dead, by the way. I thought... Okay, fine. At least the title of Tragedy was passed on. Motherfucker still has other bodies like Keshchi. Is this how the ancients operate?
Go on. Life rushes by, but the theater endures. The theater will never perish, and aesthetics will always change, so therefore I will always stand at the pinnacle of everything. The theater cannot be... The theater cannot be killed. I can only redefine it. Replace one theater with another. Overthrow old aesthetics with new. I can become the new one. The new you. If that is the only possible fate for the two of us, then I accept it.
Yeah, okay, I'm feeling that. I'm feeling the whole... Lucian takes on the role of Tragedia. What's he gonna do, though? Mastermind tragedies across Terra? You don't think he has other bodies? He's the theater himself. He represents theater. He lives on as a concept type thing. I can see that. The concept of tragedy. The literal god of tragedy. As long as tragedy exists, Tragedia will exist.
You see, Lucian, once again we've entered into a tacit agreement. Aha! Continue forward. Climb to the highest point of the stage. You shall wear the crown of performance. You shall wield the scepter of inspiration. You shall wear the years of performing and being performed.
That's a lot of words to say that it's possible that we see Phantom in Enfield. That's a lot of words to say that Tragedia could and could not show up in Enfield. Look, man. Pandora's box has already been broken wide open, dog.
This process will only add to your pain, but you must accept it. Child, you shall walk from here with both my blessing and my curse.
Okay, confirmed. Phantom has become a long-lived immortal. Just like Tragedia, taking on the mantle. He's showing up in Enfield for some anniversary event. It's all but inevitable. He doesn't even need a reconvener. It will literally just be Phantom, thousands of years later. Aging like fine wine. For thousands of years.
I have fulfilled the promise I made to you when we first met. I will never be an obstacle to you, or an obstacle to theater.
This is my final gift to you. How much further can you walk? What other answers can you come to? Tragedia. Lucian does not answer, but the sound finally stops. He stands at the top of the stairs. The storm is far away now, and blood trails behind him. He loves this desolate scene. He loves the unformed arts in his body, and he stretches out all his pain. Then the new Tragedia sings a song.
That's his EP! Oh! Is that the first time we've had a story integration with a character's marketing EP? That's literally his song! The After! We should play that for our outro. Okay, we got one chapter left. Time to bring it home. Time for the epilogue. AD-ST-3. A word to the audience. The curtain shall never fall. Two months later, in a prison somewhere. Molly, you've lost so much weight. I did spend 2 whole months in bed. I went looking for you once the plate stopped. When I saw the medics carrying you out all covered in blood and you weren't moving, I thought you were dead. His singing voice is terrifying. But he only wanted to stop me. He didn't want to kill me. Yeah, you were also a victim in all of this. You were groomed by Tragedia to becoming another one of his Lucians. It definitely wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into Greta at the auction. Like she said, he had another motive to join the film crew. And what was that? He was looking for something that exists. Something that always awaits us. That's always with us, even though we know nothing about it. Okay, I knew he was a mysterious dude, but now I'm even more confused. That's okay, Tippy. You don't need to know. But forget about it. I'm sorry for taking so long to come see you. Mostly just because they make it a real pain to file a visitation application for this place. Hold up. Is this? No, I think it's a different prison to the one Mountain was at. I know, Tippy. But I use you and cause others to misunderstand you. Lucian was right. I was ignoring the truth in my hands. In my final moments of madness, I didn't even think of you. Listen to me, Molly. No matter what you went through, no matter what your goal, you hurt the people who were by your side practically 24/7. You're a criminal, and I won't ever forgive you for that. But that doesn't mean I can't also miss the times we would crash on the sofa to watch horror flicks, just the two of us. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that like real? Yeah. When I was stuck in bed, my wounds hurt so much I couldn't sleep. I kept recalling everything that happened. A whole night would pass, but only my pain was real. Honestly, it doesn't matter how absurd the story gets. If we're all puppets of fate or whatever, it's not like I had a choice. I never had a choice. If only I'd focused more on the movies we were watching instead of thinking about the truth I thought was real. Hatred, madness, blood, puppets. I'm sorry, Tippy. If I'd met you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have even needed Laura. The final day of your trial's in 2 days. I talked to a few lawyers and it seemed like... Don't let my ending bother you. The warden's nice here. He lets me stay in prison's logistics department during these last few days to make stuff the prisoners can use. I'm not living like I was before, merely waiting in vain for a finale. Good, good. We're almost out of visiting time, so let's talk about happier stuff. What happened to the movie we all shot together? How are we gonna explain the multiple deaths involved in the movie? Also, the keynote of the ending.
Lady DuPont? Not dying? Not dying over love? Wow, everyone's here already. Sorry I'm late. Nervous, Steven? A bit. Relax. We shot that ridiculous finale and then it went into editing, color grading, music production. Everyone did their best to complete production in only 2 months. That's a fast turnaround. Holy shit. I would kill myself if I crunched that hard. I'm glad we agreed on the title change, Steven. I should be thanking you again for your final performance inside the catastrophe. Otherwise, deleting those 3 words would have been nothing but pretentious navel-gazing. Lady DuPont is by no means as attention-grabbing as the death of Lady DuPont, but let Greta worry about the marketing. There's no doubt in my mind that our new title suits the story best. Right, I'll handle it. I'll get Lady DuPont into theaters, then visit a police station to do what I have to do.
Pinch me. I'm not seeing things, am I? Pinch you? Just snap your shutter already. This is guaranteed to go to the front page tomorrow. But how did the niche AGFF attract such a distinguished guest? How much did the organizer spend? How many years has it been since Marianne Blake showed up in Rankwood? Ugh! Mother!
Grandma Jara!
Huh? What?
It's been a while, Tip.
The last plot twist?
Judging by your outfit, let me guess what your role was. Script supervisor, prop master, stunt woman, or some kind of furniture city warrior. Background painter, of course. I've been in this crew for half a year and was even selected to join the Rankwood Studio plate restoration project last week. The plate our crew rented was totally wrecked by a catastrophe, so the boss put me in charge of the design work. Once it's been rebuilt, I've been like so busy. I see you finally figured out what you want to do. I told you before, didn't I? I love movies, every last part of them. And now I finally found out what my favorite part is. So you don't plan on going back? Think you could keep shielding me from the old man? Tip, your grandfather may be an old friend of mine who used to be my finest partner in the industry, but that doesn't mean he'll let me tell him how to raise us grandkids. Oh, she's the auntie. She's a cool, great auntie. Just tell him the next time you have tea with him. We're all retired, aren't we, old chap? Why waste our time worrying about the little things? I know Tip didn't use any of your contacts, nor did she follow your plan to become a historical film director, but isn't she living it up in Rankwood? Who knows, half the backdrops in town may be spray-painted by your granddaughter one day. Alright, I recorded all that. I'll play it for him the next time we meet. Grandma Jara! Fine, but I might not have the time to see your grandpa next time I'm in Colombia.
Do we know her grandpa?
Oh yeah, didn't you go all the way to Rimbilton for some fresh air? Did you come back to Rhine Lab stuff? That's too many questions, Tip. Once the screening's done, I have to head over to Max DC to see the Vice President.
Hey, yo.
So at least let me have a chit-chat with an old friend, will you?
Two mothers in the same scene.
Long time no see, Marianne, darling. Just call me Jara. After so many years away from the silver screen, Marianne sounds like a stranger's name to me. Either way, I have to thank you, Jara. I'm sure you know that given my current reputation, I don't have much of an influence in the industry anymore. So without your help, the AGFF would never have allowed Lady DuPont as a late submission. It was my pleasure. Though I must say, I had no idea Tippy was actually. I would have helped you with or without her. I just watched the part with the catastrophe and felt it'd be such a pity for the audience to miss out on the actress's performance. I thought I'd do a good friend a favor. But even if Lady DuPont gets free marketing at the AGFF, that doesn't always translate into box office numbers. Melanie, you know better than I if Rankwood were a person. He would be the most forgettable and least tolerant person there is. It's no guarantee that he'd accept a lover running back into his arms. Besides, you did destroy an entire plate. Even if the film's a smash hit, you might not make enough to pay for the damages. At least I did, and I have no regrets. But rather than mulling over all of that, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. When you encountered the catastrophe while shooting the eternally shining star, the camera caught you as the storm nearly missed you. Was it just an accident, like you said at the press conference, or did you also move towards it on your own will? Is the answer to that important to you, even now? No. It sure is hard to say if I really did beat you in the end.
The splendidly dressed female lead laughs heartily before every camera in the room, though she does not even know what she is laughing at. After a long time, she opens her arms towards her former rival, the genius she always thought she would never catch up to. The one she had always exchanged polite greetings with on camera, for a hug. And it is returned in kind. Let's head in. This too is Yuri. Melanie Rutherford as Lady DuPont. Michael as the Three Rockefellers. Dalton as Sir DuPont. Lucien as the Messenger. Producer, Greta Stone. Director-screenwriter, Stephen Quay. Coordinator, Shelley. Art Department, Carl, Bob, Tippy, Jericho. Production, Abner, Leo. Costume Department, Marion. Prop Department, Moira. Stage Department, Houghton. It's over. Yep. Thoughts on the film? I heard about what happened behind the scenes. The murders, the catastrophes, even the project management was a mess. Houghton, my unlucky girl, she still got in the credits. Bro. So before I sat down to watch it, I thought the film couldn't possibly live up to all of that, but an absurd noble's marriage breakdown ending in a catastrophe with plot twists that made sense, but so many of the characters were just so bizarre. It's hard to say if it's good or bad, but it's a lot to chew on. Same, to be honest. Story aside, even the production was pretty controversial. Like the cinematography is inconsistent at times. Everyone's a fucking critic. It's like the end of Fire Punch. It is literally the end of Fire Punch, I just realized that. First part was shot meticulously like a serious historical drama, but it becomes rougher and rougher towards the end, especially the catastrophe scenes, where it's totally filmed like a documentary. It's definitely going to be polarizing. The fans will rate it highly, while the haters are going to hate it. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Rankwood's been getting more and more boring over the years. That goes for AGFF films too. But this one, I'd buy a ticket to Lady DuPont. Let's see what the director and cast have to say during the post-screening roundtable. Oh yeah, I heard that unlucky-looking gal in the front worked on it too. Houghton! At least, I don't know, at least maybe she didn't get infected in the catastrophe. Who am I kidding? She definitely got infected. Oh boy, my luck is awful. After a month of applications, I finally landed a spot on their late stagehand, but then all of that happened the moment I arrived on set. I lost so much sleep after running into all those corpses.
And if it weren't for the insomnia, I would have kicked the wall with my mind all messed up. My broken leg when I was trying to follow everyone down to safety when the catastrophe came near. If I didn't break my leg, I wouldn't have missed the bus and missed the first half of the screening. The unlucky stagehand mutters to herself as the credits roll. She recalls her experience and cannot help but feel sorrowful after all that. She is literally Kobeni. But she survived. Which is also literally Kobeni. Even the images on the screen feel strange to her. The familiar faces and scenes have all been assembled in a way she cannot understand. Just like her topsy-turvy life. Then she spots her name at the end of the credits. Stage department. Autumn. No matter how the hand of fate may change, it will inevitably leave a line, a truth you believe in. Yo! Playwright and Shalem?
It's over. Aren't you taking part in the post-screen roundtable?
The Three Musketeers, dog! Their plan finally worked, and they're free of the Crimson Troop.
I'm not with them. Besides, the two of you are here. That's true enough. Yeah, it was wonderful. Be it the film itself or otherwise. Lucien. Is he dead for good this time? Or is he still alive somehow? I'd have to think about that. But all you need to know, Shalem, is that you won't need to worry about shadows from the past invading your dreams, even when you're on Rhodes Island, ever again. And Playwright, you may write your scripts as you wish, about any topic, in any style. The Crimson Troop is no more. You two are free. And you just said you'd have to think about his ending, which means you're stuck on this path, correct? Drama never dies, so is the one sitting beside me right now no longer Blood Diamond, Tragedia? It sounds like you've paid a heavy price, Lucien. I wouldn't say so. If our previous attempts at escape or revenge were just scripts for us to follow.
The previous attempts of which? Plots of IS-2? Putting two and two together?
Then now, we can finally step into the future. I will travel again, sing, perform again, until I'm certain that what I create manages to match my joy and pain. It could be a new troupe, or a new proposition, new adventures, or new stories, or more dazzling tomorrow, or more tragic truth.
I fucking swear, if in Enfield we get hint of a new Crimson Troop led by Phantom, I'ma lose it.
Hey Shalem, we're all buddies here. Would you like to lend him a hand? Lucien, are you sure about this? Of course. Those who've lost themselves in their haste, the ascetics who've closed off their senses themselves, the lay people who trudge through their highs and lows, the creatures who chew on their pain. This land has never lacked for actors.
Where has Miss Christine been in all of this?
So I welcome you both to join the troupe.
They are starting a new troupe. Meanwhile, we don't get a send-off for Miss Christine? What is this bullfuckery? No! Either way, I love that ending. I enjoyed this entire event a lot. As a film nerd, there were so many fucking references, holy shit. But also, Tragedy is gone, an Endless has died, but Phantom has taken over their place. And now a new Phantom Troop can be born. Whether or not this motherfucker's gonna show up in Enfield is just gonna be an inevitability. Calling it now. Phantom's gonna show up, or his troop is gonna show up somewhere in Enfield. Thousands of years along the line. Because I know Hypergriff can't help themselves. I was also not expecting the whole Shelly subplot. I enjoyed that a lot too. I also enjoyed Tragedia's monologue about the concept of death. The whole Dionysus Zagreus parallels with Tragedia. Everything, the whole discussion about how death can't just be the one thing that makes tragedies interesting. I felt like that was kind of the way I'm gonna read it, is that it was kind of like a rebuttal to complaints, or I don't know, observations. I don't know if they're actual complaints. Not a lot of people actually pay attention to Arknights' story to think that deep about it, but I don't know if there are any complaints about Arknights not having any balls about killing playable characters. They're definitely my complaints. But it feels like a rebuttal that maybe there are ways to push narratives forward. Narratives forward without the use of death. There are worse things than death on Terra that have already been used on numerous characters that we know of. To push forwards their stories of suffering and overcoming suffering. But still though, Hypergriff has no balls to kill off playable characters. That's still an undeniable truth. That's still an undeniable truth. Hypergriff still has no balls to kill off playable characters. They have a lot... they're willing to kill off NPCs throughout so many different events for the stakes of it. They're like, we know and understand the role of deaths as a narrative device. But because we're also a gacha game, we're also gonna need you to get parasocial about our characters. So we can't afford to have your favorite character die in any event or story. How are we gonna get you parasocial about them if they're dead? I'm sorry. That's a Ludo narrative dissonance about being a narrative-led gacha game. It was a pretty fun event, standalone too. You don't get too many of those. You wouldn't really need to read anything prior, even if there's returning characters. Yeah, I was surprised. I didn't even catch up on AD-ST-2 before the event started, and I felt like I understood most of it. Anyway, great event. Enjoyed it a lot. On Wednesday, we will be doing EX stages before the event leaves. There is that. I don't know if there's a event coming up along the line next weekend. We'll keep watch for that. But that'll be it for us for now. Once again, my name is Nez, and thanks for watching. Thank you to everyone that stayed in chat, watched, and use us as second monitor content as we read and reacted through Act or Die. I'ma see you friendos next time. Bye-bye. I'ma try to set up the outro for the after. Here we go. Let's play the after as our outro.
This costume fits. Bold colors, let's express it. We'll paint it red. Cut deep on new aesthetic, don't forget it. I am not a scripted actor, not your puppet, not my master. I can drive my new creations on the wings of ever afters. Inherent in the lack of breath, your fallacies have led to this. Don't let it get to my head. Pause and think instead. So I gotta take a minute in the thick of it and reflect upon the story and the final twist. While the knife creates a door, a sort of reclamation, I fear there is no joy in simple transformation, but a whisper in my ear from future selves becoming more myself than I have been when I was just a nothing. When an orphan reeks of talent, yet is rot in sadness, a solitaire, a masterpiece, a crimson shade of madness. So I stuck to my ideals and watched you all unravel, and the years taught me to question every lie you'd peddle. And I knew that if I wanted change, I had to meddle. Burnt it all right to the ground, and it helped me settle. I am free, what I choose to be. When I cut away the shadows holding back my dreams, and if I ever fail, I'll be an idol still. I will rise renewed, precision, artist's vision, plant the seeds, and what will grow while crimson afloat. This is my duty to create enigmatic fate. Every picture that I've ever painted has been a twisted joke, a way to comprehend my fate. And now you're standing lonely with no truth behind you. This is you, exactly how I thought I'd find you. Though your words and all your actions caused internal crisis. Tragodia, I came to understand where I sit. And when you fall, it's hard and wet and full of years of no regret. I question if it's really worth the pain your words beget. Your soul in debt despite a moment's satiation. The cold hell of manipulation. Does it take a shadow flickering with light to show me, or a flower bathed in white to dance to get me growing? Does it take a blade to cut through all the lies forgotten? The soul's a tricky thing at times, it can be rotten. Is it evil that I found you out and left you bleeding? A bitter taste from all the bile when I helped stop you breathing. Wandering Victoria with ghosts beside me, a sick parade of silence with my anger rising. Sorry if I left you stunned and waiting in the lobby. Sorry if I wrote new lines, all the old ones stale and corny. Sorry if the curtain opened up to shocking repertory. Intermission's over and we're wrapping up my story. I am free, what I choose to be. When I cut away the shadows holding back my dreams, and if I ever fail, I'll be an idol still. I will rise renewed, creator, sling precision, artist's vision, plant the seeds, and what will grow while crimson afloat. This is my duty to create enigmatic fate. This is not an outro, it's a new beginning. Not a win or lose, it's about committing. This is my ovation as you make your exit. No revelation, it's the prime directive. Stop thinking you're immune to a falling action. If you want a denouement, I can make it happen. Now I take the pen and ink for a brand new chapter. Now I write the epilogue, my forever after. I am making changes, and you know the shoe fits. This is now my story. I've created it. I've created it.